Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome along to a very cold, soggy, and shall we say, a bit wet start from Kashon. Yeah, it's been pouring all morning, really, and it would be, well, we can pretty much guarantee that this Belgian Grand Prix will start behind the safety car because the amount of water on the track at the moment is just that little bit too much to say it's safe to do the light start or the standing start. But yeah, so it will certainly be a safety car start, and I can imagine they will do a rolling start as well at the end of that. But yeah, it's very, very wet. A lot of standing water. There's a lot of mist around on the circuit as well. So expect either the start to be delayed or we will go for a safety car start then. So let's run through qualifying yesterday. A very, very entertaining Belgian Grand Prix qualifying session. And I think it was fair to say George Russell was a standout performance. Sorry, I just forgot to mention Sergio Perez crashed on his installation lap and will not start the Belgian Grand Prix. But yeah, what a performance it was for George Russell yesterday. He starts P2 alongside Max Verstappen on pole position. Lewis Hamilton will line up third with Daniel Ricciardo in fourth. So yeah, it's a very jumbled up grid. Valtteri Bottas starts all the way down in 13th or 14th. Lando Norris will start 15th after taking that 5-place grid penalty for damaging his gearbox in a horrible shunt at Eau Rouge. Thankfully, he's okay after checks at Liège Hospital last night. But the big question is, from that accident, should there have been a red flag beforehand? Who knows? It's hard for the race director to debate, to choose if it's a red flag or not. He doesn't actually know the on-track conditions. Before the session, they have, obviously they can use Bernd Mailander to check the conditions and whether it's suitable for F1 cars to go around. They will do that today, and it will be Bernd Mailander's decision at the end of it if he thinks it's suitable. But ultimately, once they've given that green light, it's down to the drivers to say if it's safe enough or not. We did hear Sebastian Vettel saying it was too wet and it was too dangerous over the radio. We saw Lewis Hamilton saying he's coming in because it's too dangerous. And then obviously Norris crashed, and that did eventually bring out the red flag because there was debris everywhere. And by that point, it was undrivable, even on full wets. They will all start on full wets today if we start behind the safety car, because that is a rule. If we do a safety car start, you have to start on the full wets. Mercedes, though, only have one set of intermediates left should we need them today. And at the moment, I don't think we're going to be needing intermediates unless this rain gives up a bit. But it's scheduled to be falling for the whole 2 hours or 44 laps of this Belgian Grand Prix. So it isn't going to give up. It will be a wet race, that's for sure. And there's an empty grid spot, as I said. Sergio Perez crashed on his way to the grid. And right, we're going to go for a quick break. And when we come back, we have the national anthems from Belgium. Welcome back to Spa then, and we still have the cloud, the rain falling, and we are awaiting the end racism message and the national anthem. Then we should get the message from race control as to whether we will get the delayed start or the safety car start or the standing start is still an option. However, the chances of Michael Massey ever choosing to take that standing start in these extreme conditions is very unlikely. But I'll try to keep you up to date as best as I can from the race control room as well. Here I'm getting messages left, right, and centre. But yeah, so Bert Meinlander will obviously do a few laps before we get the green light, or before the race is scheduled to start. If it does start at 2:00, that's the scheduled start. But it's now time for the end racism message.
We race because it's who we are.
We race to compete.
On the tracks, in the pits, as a sport. But we all race for something bigger.
It's time to race
for equality.
It's time we race for sustainability.
It's time we race to be global citizens.
It's time we race for equal access, opportunities, and representation.
Because sport can change the world, but it's up to us to make sure that change is for the better.
United, we are stronger.
Change starts with you.
It needs to come from your heart.
Keep working, keep learning, keep on understanding.
We have a platform to
Shift change.
starting little by little. While the man and women united for the same causes.
We have the opportunity to spread the right message.
If we all pull together, every single person has responsibility.
The best example is our own example.
We need to be responsible on what kind of mark we leave.
We don't have all the answers yet, but we can help find them.
Change starts here. We race.
We race.
We race.
We race. We race.
We race as one.
Well, that united message as important as ever, and now it's time for the drivers' personal gestures.
So the drivers making their decision whether they take the knee or not, and they will now move into their positions. That end racism message as important as ever over the summer break, and so yeah, it's obviously it's getting more important that end racism message. We got the platform, we need to use it, and well, now we're going to hear the national anthem of Belgium in a minute.
Okay, well, the rain keeps on falling here in Belgium, and now it's time to be upstanding for the national anthem of Belgium.
The national anthem of Belgium.
Oh Belgique, oh mère chérie, à toi nos cœurs, à toi nos bras, à toi notre sang, nos patries, nous le jurons tous, tu vivras toujours grande et belle, et ton invincible unité aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté, aura pour devise immortelle vår Wurst, vår Freiheit in vår Recht, für König, Recht und Freiheit. Le roi, la loi, la liberté.
National anthem of Belgium. They're ringing around a wet Spa-Francorchamps this afternoon.
Wonderful,
And
determined and stirring rendition.
It's one of the great, isn't it? One of the great national anthems, the Belgian one. I love it. But now we're going to have George Russell.
Yeah, it is, to be honest. I mean, what's surreal with doing 50 Grand Prix is it's just flown by. Obviously loving every second, and big opportunity today from the front row.
With the conditions over there, George.
Not easy. The shoot between the extreme wet and the inter tyre is going to be really tricky, and that's going to decide the winner today, I think. So difficult, dangerous for sure.
We won't take up any more of your time. We'll just wish you well. And I guess, I mean, the adrenaline must really be pumping through his veins right
I mean,
now.
it's going to be hard for our drivers today, isn't it? As to like how they deal, especially with this rain and the weather and the mist, and yeah, it is tough, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be a tough race. Really, really tough, and it's just about keeping the car on the track today, isn't it?
Great stuff. Thanks, Paul. Head over to Karoon. What have you got for us?
Now let's head over to Karoon Chandok, who's at the Skypad. Or no, he's actually on the grid actually.
They're trying to keep the crucial bits right, like his seat, his helmet. I noticed there's Physio Angela here trying just before this, just to keep everything dry so he can get in the car in a comfortable way. Lots of conversations here with Pete Bonington, of course, the race engineer under that hood. This is going to be an intense opening part of this Grand Prix. But let's look at George Russell. You guys were just talking to him. It's super calm here at Williams. Crofty mentioned the last time Williams had a car, the front row in 2001. In the car in second position, Ralf Schumacher, they left it on the stand. They left it up in the air by mistake, and that was a crucial error, which I'm sure they will be remembering and not repeating today, because that cost them. And over here, Nat, I believe you've got a guest for us.
We certainly do. Karoon, Stefano Domenicali is with us, and you are, after all, a racer at heart. How is the adrenaline for you, knowing that we go into this in such difficult conditions?
Well, first of all, a lot of respect for all the people here. It's full. It's incredible. This is Formula One. This is the passionate people that are cheering for the heroes. So that is already an incredible thing that we need to share. And by the way, I think that today will be really an incredible race, because we have seen already the drama at the first formation lap. That means the situation with regard to the condition of the track will evolve, will change. So we need to stay tuned up to the last moment.
Stefano, you've been a team principal of a top team at Ferrari. What would you be telling your drivers today? How would they approach this race to get the best out of it?
Well, Paul, you know, you are a driver. You know that in this condition, you don't listen to anyone. So no, I'm joking. Yeah, for sure. It's the race is very long, and the situation will change so quickly that you need to risk the right level of things that you can do, but not too much in this condition. You see. And for sure, if the situation will evolve, it will be interesting to see how will be managed the trade-off between the full wet and the intermediate, because you will see that performance difference is big, but the aquaplaning risk is very high.
Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the race. Let's head back to
So as Stefano said, obviously the aquaplane risk is extremely high in these kind of conditions. Obviously, drivers can easily aquaplane straight off the road, and as we've seen with Sergio Perez, it's very easy to find a tyre wall or barrier around Spa. Even in the dry, it's difficult. It's easy to do that. So imagine what it's like in the wet, and the challenge that the drivers are going to face today is going to be amazing. Right, we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be live from the Belgian Grand Prix.
Those of you watching F1.
We are racers, we will race hard but fair. I'm going to continue to race the way that I race.
Yeah, not bad for no bad.
I don't see how we're going to make it to the exit. But remember, this is a very good notice.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a very wet, soggy, cold Spa-Francorchamps. Then it's been a Spa Sunday, and it was a Spa Saturday yesterday. Round 12 of the FIA Formula One World Championship. We're here at Belgium. The circuit Spa-Francorchamps is the longest circuit in the Formula One calendar, and at 102.2 meters, also has the largest elevation change of any other circuit on the calendar. One of the founding circuits of the championship, Spa sits with fellow 1950 circuits Monza, Monte Carlo and Silverstone as the circuits that have held the most races. Let's have a look at our track length, 7.004 kilometers, 4.352 miles, top speed of 359.4 kilometers an hour. I don't think we'll be getting that today. Elevation change of 102.2 meters from Eau Rouge all the way down up to the Calm. Let's have a look. In 2020, Gasly and Perez went side by side through Eau Rouge. Gasly got that one done. Brave. Nathaniel chicane last year. German Nancy put it in the barriers and collected George Russell, who starts on the front row today. How many times will we see a car end up in the barriers today then? Let's go down to the bus stop chicane. That was the last wet Belgian Grand Prix until today. Vettel and Button came together under braking. The tyres this afternoon, well, sticks. Well, we might not be using them. We got the C4, the C3 and the C2 if it dries up then. The soft, medium and the hard. However, all our drivers will be starting on the wet tyre because the race will start behind the safety car then. Let's look at the starting grid then. Max Verstappen starts on pole alongside George Russell, who had a brilliant qualifying session. Lewis Hamilton starts third with Daniel Ricciardo in fourth. Fifth then will start Sebastian Vettel. He's got Frenchman Pierre Gasly alongside him for company in sixth. Sergio Perez starts seventh, but he will not start the race as he crashed on the formation. Now, Esteban Ocon starts eighth with Charles Leclerc in ninth, and Nicholas Latifi will start 10th. Carlos Sainz will start 11th with Fernando Alonso in 12th. 13th will be Valtteri Bottas, who's got a 5-place grid penalty, and Giovinazzi will be in 14th. Norris, who's also got a 5-place grid penalty, will start 15th following that big crash at Eau Rouge yesterday. Yuki Tsunoda will start 16th with Schumacher in 18th, 17th, Mazepin in 18th, and Stroll will start 19th. He's also got a penalty following the Hungarian Grand Prix then. So the rain continues to fall. The mist is around. It's a very, very miserable day indeed at Spa-Francorchamps. There's a lot of opportunity today, though, for a surprise race winner. As Lewis Hamilton said in his interview earlier, it's just about scoring some points and getting to the finish of this one. No risks worth taking. The rain is lashing down still at the source and all the way up to the corner. In fact, the whole circuit, it's hardest, and the start has been delayed, understandably. We've got a delayed start to the Belgian Grand Prix then, so we will not be getting underway at 2 o'clock as planned. So it's a delayed start then to the 2021 Belgian Grand Prix. That's just come in from Michael Massey. The rain is too heavy at the moment to get underway safely. Even behind the safety car, the conditions are absolutely treacherous out there. Let me know what you think will happen at this Belgian Grand Prix in the comments. I'll read as many of them out as I can whilst we wait for this Belgian Grand Prix to get underway. So delayed start here at Spa-Francorchamps, and I will give you the update as to when we can get underway. So red lights flash then, delayed start. So the formation lap will start at 2:10. 15:10 local time, 2:10 UK time. I assume that is to let the safety car go round and let the safety car clear or dissipate some of the water. But the amount of rain that is falling here, I don't think the formation lap will be starting at 10 past either. So we wait though. Red Bull saying the rain's too strong to start this race, understandably, to Michael Massey. Right, we're going to go for a quick break again then. Actually, no, we won't. We'll stay on air and we will keep you updated.
Because it's unsuitable conditions, and half of you are on intermediates because you know we won't get going until it's sort of intermediate time. So
a lot of them have put intermediates on. That's simply because they know that we might not get going until we get we are ready enough to go with the intermediate tyres then. But to be honest, if we safety car start it, then and the gazebos are going back up then. So Mercedes bring their gazebos back up. And Lewis Hamilton's getting out the car.
Is this a precaution just in case the delay carries on for longer than 10 minutes? Better to stick the easy ups up now because it's easy.
And I think all the teams are doing the same. Yes, they are. They're putting all their gazebos back up. And the drivers are getting back out the cars then. So Lewis Hamilton out the car. Let's hear what Karun Chandler's got to say.
Lewis Hamilton, by the way, he's literally walking past me. I think he's going for another little comfort break. He's actually not got the shoe covers on his boots, so he's trying to tiptoe and not get his boots too wet as he runs past me. He's trying. Funnily enough, he's got some cameramen from one of the French TV crews in the loo, so they're having to get him out of the way for Lewis to go in.
Is he queuing?
Well, he was, but unfortunately the Frenchmen just come out, so he's going to be completed in a second.
Us Brits on a Sunday, we're fond of a queue or two.
Well, quite. But as you rightly said, Crofty, the trolleys, the tyre trolleys, all the other bits and pieces they need to keep these cars warm and keep them powered up in terms of the electrical side of things and the hybrid systems. Everything's being wheeled back onto the grid. And I've just had a quick look at the radar on the Aston Martin pit wall. And there's a massive cloud of a high intensity, as Michael Massey said, over the circuit at the moment. It does look like it's moving. So I think that's what they're hoping for, is this one big band will move away fairly soon. And then we can get underway with a bit of a delay. But if I'm honest, the body language from everyone here on the grid doesn't seem like we're going to be going in, what is it, Crofty, now 7 minutes?
Yeah.
I tend to agree. Looking at the pictures we're seeing.
Yes, absolutely. It all looks terribly casual, doesn't it? So I suppose they call it easy ups for a reason.
Yeah, so as Kareem said, from what we're seeing, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting underway at 3 either, or 2 in the UK. But it's still lashing down. Whilst we wait, I'm going to read some of your comments. So, yeah, it's looking like we won't get away at 3 local time, like Michael Massey has said. I can imagine they would delay the start again, but I'll wait and see. Lewis Hamilton's getting back in the car now, so I think he just went for a little comfort break. So yeah, we'll wait and see what happens and whether we can get underway in. Well, we were supposed to be underway by now. And the next scheduled start time is going to be in 6 minutes. Obviously, the race will still start behind the safety car, but Minander is going round checking and trying to clear some of that water, but they are still they're taking the easy ups down now, just put the umbrellas up at AlphaTauri, but it's still absolutely falling down. And if you remember, at Styria last year we had these conditions, but that was on qualifying. The last time we've seen delayed start again then, so we won't be getting underway at 3, as I said. I think that's what it means. A new start time, 15:15 local time now. So it's gone back again, 2:15, and the easy ups are back up now at Ferrari. So we'll be getting underway hopefully in 10 minutes time. But again, we wait and see. So formation that will start at 15:15 local time. We got 10 minutes. It's this one band of rain that we've really got to let pass. Then the rain seems to ease off, but it will rain consistently for the next 3 or 4 hours. So it will rain pretty much the whole race. I'll try and keep you as entertained as I can. It's hard for us as well, waiting. We sit, we wait. So sometimes in the rain, obviously, you can't even see your own steering wheel, and that is why we have to delay these starts. Not always because of the like the aquaplaning, but sometimes it's just simply because of the spray and the visibility. It's very misty at Spa today. You can't really see much at all, but obviously, what means is without the cars going round to get rid of any water, the track's only getting wetter with this rain. So it's not drying quickly either. And maybe just give a big shout out to all the fans at Spa this weekend. They've had to put up with some dreadful weather. I wouldn't fancy being there this weekend, or if I was, I'd want to be in the dry. It's all right here today, actually. But yeah, it's the rain's at Spa, not in London. And the umbrella woman or men or whatever they are in the Formula One teams have definitely got their money's worth of their job this weekend. Maybe they deserve a bit of a pay rise because it's not, the drivers are relatively dry in their cars when we're sitting on the grid. It's all of the mechanics that are running around and trying to keep these cars cool. And we've seen the amount of dry ice that they're pumping into them just to keep them cooling off whilst we're sitting on the grid, waiting for this Belgian Grand Prix to get going. So you think at Hungary the conditions weren't half as bad, were they? They was a little bit greasy, and look at the drama we got. That's why we've ultimately got this delayed start, and we got another delayed start as well. So let's see what the new start time is. So the formation that will now get underway at 15:20 local time. They keep pushing it back. We might well eventually get a Belgian Grand Prix at this rate. So we continue to wait. Then, so obviously, without the race starting, the 4 hour or the 2 hour clock, the race has to be completed within 2 hours in a 4 hour window. So if we get a red flag, the 2 hour clock stops. The 2 hour clock hasn't started because we haven't officially started this race. So no clock has started. When we start the race behind the safety car, that is officially the start of the Belgian Grand Prix. And that is when the clocks will start to tick. 44 laps then this race runs to. So we now have a scheduled start time in 11 minutes time at 15:20 local time to 14:20 UK time. So we will wait and see as to what will happen. I can imagine we won't get another update for 5 minutes now. So Sergio Perez actually clashed on the installation lap. That is just showing how treacherous the conditions really are this today on Sunday at Spa, and that all of the easy gazebos have gone back up across the grid now, and the drivers are trying to stay as dry as they can. I think Mercedes might put theirs back down, but no, McLaren's got theirs up. I think Mercedes might have theirs up as well. So we will wait and see. Some drivers choose to have them up, some drivers choose to have them down. And the crowd, as I said, are absolutely dripping wet. It's one of those weekends of Formula One where you might actually prefer to be at home than at the racetrack itself. But obviously, once we do get going for these fans, and I hope we get going for these fans, just seeing pictures of Eau Rouge, it's still, it looks all right actually, but there's still quite a lot of standing water at the top of Eau Rouge. And obviously that will run down the hill, so it's probably worse at the bottom of the hill. But as yesterday, it was the Calm that was the worst affected area. So that is Ricardo Radio. So listen.
I don't know if you know anything about me, but it's like 200 Prix.
I have heard that, yeah.
Yeah, kind of the deal.
Daniel Ricciardo, sorry, giving us a bit of cheerful radio in the delayed proceedings here. Still got the FIA, yeah, all of the tents have gone back up now, so they clearly don't expect this race to be starting anytime soon, do they? We will await. We're just seeing pictures of Joe Bauer, the FIA, the FIA, what do they call like engineer delegate, making sure that everything's done correctly on the grid. He's probably the wettest of them all, actually. He hasn't got an umbrella or hood. And maybe just give a big shout out to all our marshals this weekend who have equally got just as wet as the fans and everyone else at Spa-Francorchamps. It's really been a dismal weekend in terms of the weather. It's been an exciting weekend though, in terms of like on-track action. If we could actually get something on a Sunday afternoon, that might be quite good as well. The rain looks to have eased off a bit. Obviously, we need to give the chance a track to dry. There's still a lot of standing water on the start-finish straight alone. So we will await. So Bernd Mailander sitting tightly in his safety car. He's going to have a very, very busy afternoon, I think, isn't he? Bernd Mailander and Alan van der Merwe in the medical car as well. So we await. Sit tightly. 8 minutes then is the scheduled start time. But at 2:15 local time, we're expecting another update from race control. And looking at the track conditions, I don't think we'll be starting at 15:20 local time either. So I can imagine they will just push it back by 5 minutes again. We've been on air like 40 minutes and we haven't even had any racing yet. But as I said, the rain is easing off. It's just the intensity of it's just picked up again. Valtteri Bottas choosing not to have the gazebo up. all the easy up. He might actually be under the easy up. I don't think he is. Let's listen to Kareem Chandok whilst we wait.
This is obviously unusual circumstances here. What's your update in terms of weather? Is this cloud going to pass through?
It doesn't look like it's going to get heavier. I'm not sure it's going to pass through. Track's obviously soaking wet. I think the race is going to be total chaos, which will probably be good for the viewers and probably be good for some of the teams and probably a bad day for some of the teams. So I know which side we hope to be on.
Well, let's try and give these viewers a bit of an insight. I'm sure they're sitting on their sofas wondering when we'll get going. Do you know when we think we'll get a formation now?
Well, they just kept moving it back in 5 and 10 minute increments. When I got off the pit wall, we were going in 5 minutes. Sounds like we're all warming up engines. Hopefully, I'm not sure waiting much longer what that will accomplish. It'll be a safety car restart.
Yeah, I can see they're clearing easy up off Max's car behind us there. Quickly, in terms of Lando, obviously he's out of position. He was so fast. What can you guys do? Can you think of pitting, for example, following the safety car in, avoid this potential shunt at turn 1?
Yeah, it's hard in these conditions because you're tire wear. You're not quite sure. Unlike when it's in the dry, you can do the undercut, the overcut. So hopefully we avoid turn 1 chaos. There probably will be some. Hopefully we're not part of it. He's driving brilliantly all weekend. Pretty convinced he would have, if not been on pole, been right there. He was so good. So let's see if he can carve his way through the field. And Daniel being in the second row, let's see what he can do.
Let you get back to pit wall. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Zach.
Right, so the easy ups are coming down. I think we are almost good to go at Spa in 5 minutes' time. Oh no, the start's just been delayed again. So just said I think we're good to go. The start's been delayed again. Right, so formation that is scheduled to start 3:25 now. That's in 10 minutes' time. And as they just begin to put the easy ups down, they have to put them up again. So as Zach Brown said, it looks like the rain isn't going to go anywhere, and it will remain this intensity for some period of time. And it's the mist now that's more of the problem. The visibility, you cannot see a thing. No way is it safe for racing yet. We're just looking at the source. You can't even make out the bus stop chicane, and we're not even racing yet. And from the comm, you can barely make out anything. It's just like a whiteout up there at the moment. So it just seems to be sitting over the track. We haven't seen anything. I haven't seen weather conditions like this in a long time. And it is going to be a very, very long afternoon, I think, for all of us at Spa. Remember, you can join the conversation, #Belgian GP. That might bide a bit of time. So we're going to go for... No, we're not going to go for a quick break, actually. We'll remain on the air with you. We'll keep you entertained. But it is absolutely pouring still. And seeing pictures of the fans there, they are wet and they are dripping wet. I'm sure they just want this race to start so they can get home. And it is absolutely treacherous. Obviously, so what happens, again, ask what happens if the Belgian Grand Prix doesn't start? It's just abandoned, unfortunately. It's no points, and we just go on to Zandvoort next week. I don't think they'd choose to run the race on Monday. We haven't seen that happen in the past. We've seen the race happen later in the day. If rain's been forecast for the morning or mid-afternoon, we've seen it run later in the evening. But as rain is forecast all evening here as well, it's looking like if we don't get going, we won't have Team Radio for Gasly.
The race is gonna last 2 hours or not? So are you thinking
Yeah, but the question has to come back to the pitbull there, Martin, is do you want red sauce, brown sauce, or no sauce at all?
So Pierre Gasly are saying that we might need some refreshments. I might have to go and get a few refreshments and join him. So
and as far as I'm concerned, the 4-hour period has not started. I see a few questions on social media about that.
So yeah, as Martin Bond just confirmed, the 4-hour period hasn't started. It will start when we get going under the safety car. It could be a very, very long 2 hours, couldn't it? So we await. Drivers still in their cars. They're choosing to sit tight. They haven't chosen to get out, have a wander, and
Will commence the scheduled race start time now. Are they thinking of working on that car? Can they get Sergio Perez into the race? Or is that just...
We did hear
Jonathan
Wheatley officially take it out of the race, didn't we, to Michael Massey. I heard it all down on the grid. But given the delay and the fact they've now got it back, and again, I have seen a question on social media, can they get Perez's car into
so they're working on Perez's car. Obviously crashed at the car.
I can't see why not. Because the event has not started.
I could imagine if they can get this available fixed, they could re-enter it into the race because the event hasn't started yet. Even though they did declare it was out. But they might, but Sergio Perez might well be back in this Belgian Grand Prix if they can get that fixed in time. There's a lot of damage still though to the suspension, and they'd have to change everything, wouldn't they, in the front?
Actually, no, because it was officially retired from the race, wasn't it?
I don't know.
We said we will not be starting the car.
I mean, Jonathan Wheatley told Michael Massey that they won't be starting the car, so it's officially retired, isn't it?
There's absolutely no chance that maybe they'll get the car back or be able to fix it before the scheduled start time. But now we're at least 25 minutes into beyond that scheduled start time.
We're due another update.
Really good internal and particularly internal and external service roads.
From race control pretty soon because the scheduled start time's in 4 minutes. And we will await.
On my phone at the moment is currently typing me a message, so hopefully he's going to tell me what the answer is on that particular one. And that's the state of the race.
You see, the rain's still really bad.
Because I can't see us starting at the scheduled formation lap start time of 3:25 at the moment.
To be fair,
we've actually gone past these 5-minute warnings. So this might be, Martin. This might be Prix leaving the grid here.
Prix are leaving the grid. We might.
Formation laps.
Just texted Michael Massey. I'm not expecting a reply.
Well, beyond Ricardo Radio.
Daniel, we expect this rain to continue for 15 to 20 minutes, and then heavier rain in 15 to 20 minutes time.
So according to McLaren, according to Charlie's just about to come on actually, so we have some nice company with Charlie Tolhurst. We await the time. Kimi Räikkönen's gone back to the pits. His car is in the pit garage. Wonder what's happened to him.
So what do you make of this then? We're gonna start behind the safety car, formation lap, and then laps behind the safety car. Heavier rain coming in 15 minutes time. By which time, fingers crossed, we might be racing. And then
I think we're going.
We'll see if they can race on those wet tyres. As you said,
I think we are good to go. And we will start behind the safety car, but more rain, heavier rain is expected in 15 to 20 minutes. So we await then the message from race control, but I think we are going.
place, it got a bit damp in that comment.
Let's have a look.
For the drivers.
It's be a warm place, but it's going to be a very damp cockpit, and it is just about going to be making it to the end of this race. Charlie's on. Hello, Charlie. We're just about to get a safety car start for this Belgian Grand Prix that has been delayed by 25 minutes.
Oh, I'll tell you what, lucky I joined now, because I thought the race was literally going to get underway earlier, but there must have been a huge rain shower that has costed the start of this race.
Yeah, Charlie, we've got a safety car start at 2:25 local time. And there's more, according to the McLaren radar, Charlie, more heavy rain is predicted in 15 minutes. So I think we're going to do a few laps behind the safety car, but we may well move back to the red flag conditions if the rain does arrive.
Yeah, it's going to, I mean, thank goodness I've just joined now because the race is literally to get underway, but I understand that there has been a big shower just before the start of the race. So I hope it could cause some incidents out on track with the spray.
It's been raining, Charlie, at Spa ever since about 6 a.m. this morning, and it hasn't stopped all day. It's been miserable, but Bert Mylander is about to get them underway, and when he does, that is officially the start of the race. Sergio Perez won't start the race because he crashed at the cob on the way to the grid. But we are now go, Charlie, for the Belgian Grand Prix behind the safety car. So this is officially the start of the race.
Yeah, I believe 19 runners with Perez officially not starting the race now for Red Bull.
So the number, if we have one lap behind the safety car, we run to a full race distance. After that, Charlie, we start taking laps off the Grand Prix distance as well because of the fuel consumptions. I can imagine when we do get going, it will be a rolling start as well.
Yeah, I'd say probably the same as the F3 race this morning. It will probably be a rolling start.
I tell you what, Charlie, looking at Eau Rouge, it's not ready yet to go racing. It's 100% not ready. And we're on board.
Had a big crash there yesterday
with Hamilton, Charlie, and from the curb at Radion, he can't even see the DRS board. And as you mentioned, Charlie, it's great to have Lando with us after a big crash at Eau Rouge yesterday. Whilst we wait, we discuss, Charlie, with the geography at Eau Rouge, how Verstappen made. Let's have a listen. And Verstappen's saying he's having to leave a little bit longer space to the safety car, but he almost goes straight on at Rivage, does Max Verstappen, Charlie, and that's under the safety car.
That's going to be, I don't understand. I think they're going to have to red flag it. I think it's too, by what I'm hearing, it's too wet.
It's Spa-Francorchamps. You know when Spa had a flood earlier in the year, Charlie. It's still called Circuit Spa. It might as well be called River Spa at the moment. Nice radio. And Norris saying it isn't ready to go yet as well, Charlie. So all the drivers
yesterday.
All of the drivers replicating the message, it is not ready. And if we're going to get more rain on the way, bear in mind it hasn't stopped. It is still raining pretty hard. But if the rain is only going to get heavier, you can't help but fear we're not going to go anywhere at the moment.
No, I think could even be potentially, if it's bad today, I don't know whether the race will be moved.
So calling Noise Radio again, let's have a listen. I know it's saying a lot of aquaplaning, and that's what they're worried about, isn't it, really, Charlie? The aquaplaning and the visibility.
Yeah, especially coming up through Radion and Eau Rouge. That's the bit where I'm a bit concerned about after the crashes this weekend.
Charlie, I'm looking at Blanchimont. I can't even see Charles Leclerc, who's starting in 10th from the front of the safety car. Understandably, we will continue behind the safety car for the moment, just to try and clear a little bit of water. We're riding on board with Valtteri Bottas. He's starting in 13th, Charlie. So we officially now are taking laps off the Grand Prix. Verstappen radio. So Verstappen's saying at the front, Charlie, it's fine to race now. No, I think he said it's not fine to race. So, yeah, if Verstappen's at the front and struggling, Charlie, and saying it's not fine to race, what are the guys at the rear thinking as well?
I don't know. It's one. I think by what I'm hearing, they're probably on the extreme wets.
We're on full wets because that's a legality. If we start the race behind the safety car, you have to start on the full wet tyres. It's worse than it was yesterday, Charlie. Put it that way. A lot worse.
Wow.
Giovinazzi. Yeah, Giovinazzi also saying it's undrivable, Charlie. It really wouldn't surprise me if Michael Massey pulls them all back to the pits.
I think we're going to have a red. I think we should have a red flag. I think because of the conditions. I don't think they're drivable at the moment.
And it's really misty as well, Charlie. That's another problem up at the com. It is incredibly misty.
That's bad as well. That's gonna just.
And Verstappen almost goes into the side of Bernd Mailander at the front. If you remember, Charlie, back at Suzuka in 2014, Russell radio. Russell saying they should red flag it. But if you remember Suzuka 2014, Charlie, where we unfortunately lost Jules Bianchi, similar conditions to that, where we started behind the safety car. We then went to a red flag, didn't we, as well? If you were a driver at this moment in time, Charlie, what would you be saying to Michael Massey?
Red flag. 100%
red flag, Charlie, as well. Red flag. We're going to a red flag at Spa-Francorchamps this afternoon. So red flag. We just heard that from Michael Massey. So we start procedure suspended. Red flag. All cars to return to pit lane. As we've rightly said, Charlie, it is not safe for racing.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's a lot. The last thing you want. I'm going to say this now, and I don't want to sound very lenient when I say this, but the last thing you want is to see what happened with Lando Norris yesterday, crashing off at Eau Rouge. You don't want to see another incident like we've seen over the weekend.
And it's saying start procedure suspended. We haven't had a start.
So Charlie, what I can't understand, what I'm trying to work out is for the viewers now, is obviously the 2-hour clock, Hamilton radio. And Hamilton's saying the rain's so bad he's got water leaking into the top of the helmet. What I'm trying to work out or find out now, Charlie, is that because we've officially now suspended the race, we didn't start it in the first place. So does the 4-hour clock start, which we have to complete the race in?
Probably.
I can imagine we will be sitting in the pit lane for quite a long time. It's the red flag, Charlie, for the third consecutive Formula One Grand Prix. This time, though, it's weather conditions and not because there's been a mess on track. Verstappen radio. I mean, Verstappen's saying it isn't really that bad, but then he did add, Charlie, I'm at the front as well, so it's probably better for me. It is bad, Charlie. There's a lot of standing water on the track. You can see the water running down Eau Rouge to the bottom of the hill. And as you said yesterday, Charlie, we saw a big crash at Eau Rouge in wet weather conditions.
We saw that yesterday. We saw in the Friday in the W Series, we had a 6-car pile-up at Eau Rouge as well. We don't want to be seeing massive accidents like that again, because as I've said, Eau Rouge is one of the fastest corners in the world, and it's very easy to make a mistake there, especially in the wet.
So Daniel Ricciardo, Charlie, saying it's definitely the right decision for Michael Massey. I'll tell you what, Charlie, the easy tents or the gazebos have definitely had their money's worth this weekend at Spa.
They have. They've been deployed a lot. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if the race restarts for a long time yet. I think the weather is still very wet at the moment.
Okay, Charlie, so I'm just hearing the 2 hours and the 4 hours has not yet started. So no, we haven't had the 4 hour or the 2 hour clock start yet. When we do get going, if we get going, it will be a 43 lap race, Charlie. 43 lap race.
Yeah.
And so we wait again. We've been on air an hour, Charlie, and we haven't had any on-track action yet, other than for 2 laps behind Bernd Mailander.
I know. So to be honest with you, I thought the race would have got underway earlier, but yeah, it's just the conditions are horrendous at the moment, and I can't see F1 going at the moment. It's just completely waterlogged.
So Formula One's just tweeted, red flag, all the drivers have returned to the pit lane, and pretty much, Charlie, everyone's saying Max has got this easy. Everyone else it's the right decision to stop the race or not start it, shall we say. Everyone's out of the car. Lewis Hamilton's getting out. He likes to get out, Charlie, doesn't he? He listens to his music in these breaks, and he sit tight, like all of us, and we just wait.
Yeah, I think Mercedes right now will be thinking about 2014 Japan. Can they potentially do what they did then? But I think it's going to be impossible to replicate that.
Yeah, I'm just hearing, Charlie, the Alpine pit wall saying the rain isn't going away anytime soon. So expect it to be a fairly long delay. And it is one of those, isn't it, Charlie? When we get weather delays, they can go on for quite a long time.
They can. It's just you can't race in conditions that are unbelievably dangerous. And you've got to look at, I think, a race in 1976 in Fuji in Japan. That race was actually really wet. And in modern day F1, that race wouldn't have gone ahead. And it showed you that it was the race that James Hunt won the World Championship that day. So that's all I can say, really.
Charlie, I'm just hearing Fernando Alonso saying, at the moment, it's far too dangerous. If we'd have started the race, it'd have been an accident waiting to happen and someone would have got seriously injured. I would not be happy if we raced. We can 100% not race in these conditions. That is a message that Fernando Alonso has just sent to his Alpine pit wall and to Michael Massey. He doesn't want to start the race at the moment, Charlie. And looking at the weather radar, as I said, the cloud seems to be sitting over the circuit, and it's just going to continually drop rain for the next 3 hours.
That's just. It shows you. I think I can't even see F1 if it's going to be like that. I can't see F1 holding the race today. I really can't, unless some magical dry spell comes.
Obviously, Charlie, in the past, we've seen race starts pushed back if we know bad weather is coming. We couldn't do that at Spa because the bad weather's been here all day, to be fair. It was drivable in the F3 race this morning, as you saw. They delayed the start again there, but it was drivable. And the Porsche Super Cup race, again, it was touch and go, wasn't it? If it was drivable or not. This at the moment is certainly undrivable. Let's go back to yesterday, Charlie. Michael Massey's received a lot of criticism saying that Q3 should have been stopped earlier. And Sebastian Vettel, Charlie, got really animated, didn't he, on his team radio? What do you think? Do you think the Q3 session should have been stopped earlier?
Yes, I agree. Lando Norris yesterday had a huge crash up at Eau Rouge. And I think, to be honest with you, I think they should have red flagged it much sooner. And I saw Vettel actually pull over to check if Norris was okay, and I think Sebastian was right to voice his concerns.
I thought we were going to see an Ayrton Senna move, Charlie, from Sebastian.
I thought that. I mean, luckily Lando was okay. I would have been, if he was unconscious, I would have been a lot more concerned, especially because he's a British F1 driver. But yeah, he was. I'm glad he walked away from that crash yesterday because that was a nasty accident.
It was a very nasty one, wasn't it? It's a place. If there's one corner on an F1 calendar that you don't want to crash, I think Eau Rouge would be top of your list.
Yes, and I do think they should be modifying that corner for the end of next season, and particularly later this year. I think there's going to have to be changes up there with the runoff.
So, Charlie, what I've heard about next year is we're adding gravel. The reason why they don't make the barriers so it's a sudden stop is because if you sudden stop, it's a lot more painful than if you spiral down the straight, as Lando Norris did yesterday. But the risk is, Charlie, Lando crashed in qualifying and spun back across the track. Had that been on the first lap of the race, it'd have been a very different story because it'd have most likely been collected by someone coming flying up the hill. And with the spray, you can't see a thing.
Lando was very lucky yesterday, Jack, to walk away from that crash. I honestly, my heart goes out to everyone this weekend who's racing, because I'm sure when you watched Lando's crash yesterday, you just know that in wet weather driving, motor racing drivers put their lives on the line. And I've said this weekend on social media, we've got to understand motor racing is a dangerous sport.
And John, I'm just going to remind our viewers of the point scoring systems. We have to complete 2 full racing laps for it to be awarded half points. 75% of the race distance for it to be full points. But we have to complete 2 green flag full laps. We haven't done that because all of our laps have been under the safety car. So if the race was to be abandoned now, it would be no points awarded.
Yeah, I really want F1 to get this race on. Well, I mean, if it's not today, I really want the race to happen. I don't want to see the Belgian Grand Prix be one of the first ever F1 races to be abandoned. I've never seen that in the history of the sport.
And Charlie, the fans are giving us an umbrella show at the moment. They're waving their umbrellas. Can we just give out a big shout out to all of the marshals and trackside volunteers with us this? How much?
Tomorrow, and could we get to Zandvoort in time for a Grand Prix?
So just hearing, Charlie, from Michael Massey, if we can't run the Belgian Grand Prix today, they will try to arrange with Spa Circuit to run the race tomorrow if we can't run the Belgian Grand Prix today.
Yeah, I think that's a viable option for Michael Massey to arrange, because I don't know what the weather's meant to be tomorrow. If it's meant to be dry, I'd expect them to race on a day that's better.
The thing is, Charlie, if we race tomorrow, could we get to Zandvoort in time for Friday? That's the logistics, isn't it? If we had a 2-week break, I think we could quite easily do it. We could run it tomorrow morning and then leave Spa Monday afternoon. That would probably give us enough time to get to Zandvoort. Let me check. What's the weather for Spa tomorrow? Let's have a quick look and see if I can tell you any update on what the weather's going to do today. Hang on a minute. Give me a minute. I mean, it's not yeah. So Charlie, according to my weather app, it's going to rain all day tomorrow as well. It will rain consistently at Spa for the next 24 hours.
That's crazy.
Just listening to FIA radio.
I mean, seriously, we could get that car fixed possibly and into the race. Yeah, so look, I can't think of a reason why not. I'm not coming up to you taking a chance.
So you guys aren't hearing this, but Jonathan Weekly, Charlie, is saying that if Red Bull can get Sergio Perez's car fixed, can it be re-entered into the race? Because the race hasn't officially begun yet.
I think there's a chance that he could get back in it if they can fix his car. If the race hasn't started, I think Red Bull have got a permission to lobby their case.
Michael Matthews just said, I'm finding out for you, Jonathan, right now. Looking at the regulations, Charlie, if the race hasn't started, they done this in Hungary, didn't they? They declared Max wasn't going to start, and then they started because the race hadn't officially begun. If the race hasn't officially begun, Charlie, I think they can re-enter Sergio into this race.
Potentially. Obviously, it remains whether the conditions allow for Formula One cars to go around Spa. That's the big question.
I'm just listening to Gunther Steiner. Let's hear what he's going to say, actually, for a bit.
The forecast looks very dire here at the moment. I think there is a solution. If we cannot get the race in today, it's getting in tomorrow. We need to check if we can get it live in Zandvoort, because that's next weekend basically. So it's not far away, so maybe we can do it, but I'm not sure about it.
But within the rules and within the scope of the FIA, is there a possibility for us to stay overnight? There's no issues in that sense. It's just a logistical issue.
Absolutely. I mean, you always find solutions for the easy stuff. You know, that I think we can find. It's more like can we get everything in time in Zandvoort if we leave a day later.
And what are your drivers saying? Did they think it was the right decision to stop running at the moment? They think it was too dangerous?
Yeah, absolutely, because the biggest issue was they couldn't see anything behind the other cars. There was no visibility. And then, you know, somebody slows down, then you just jump over. It was an absolute right decision to stop the race for the time being.
So interesting. What Gunther Steiner was saying there, Charlie, is that his team have asked if the race can be run tomorrow. What he said, Charlie, is the weather forecast is dire for the rest of today.
Yeah,
I agree, Charlie. I think the safest decision would be to run this tomorrow.
Yeah, I think if you remember back in 2013 with the Australian Grand Prix, they moved qualifying from Saturday to early Sunday morning. So, and obviously they ran the race on the same day. So I could see that potentially happening with the Belgian Grand Prix, if possible.
So I'm just hearing the Formula One weather forecast. Charlie says there's an 80% chance of rain for tomorrow as well. But if we can't get racing today, it's worth trying it, isn't it? If we can get racing tomorrow.
Yeah. Obviously it's Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow in the UK, so I think potentially this would give fans a Bank Holiday Monday motor racing treat. But yeah, I think you've got to try it if you can't race today.
I mean, Charlie, obviously we can be on here until we get to sunset, effectively. We can race until we get darkness issues.
Yeah, I mean, my only complaint with Spa is because there's a lot of trees. I'm thinking, is their visibility going to be good? But that's my problem. Is it going to be viable to race when it's dark in Spa with the forest?
I mean, the rain, from the pictures I'm seeing, Charlie, the rain hasn't eased at all. But whilst we're not circulating, the track's only actually getting wetter. It's not drying up at all, is it?
I think they need to get someone out there and dry that track out because Formula One needs to race at some point and the cars have got to get on the track.
I think they've got, I think it wouldn't surprise, I think they're going to get, Charlie, you know what we saw in Canada in 2011 where they had the water blowers? I think we might be seeing them at Spa sometime soon as well.
Probably get them out.
99 pages, plus all the technical directives that they have.
So Charles Leclerc's putting his trainers back on. He doesn't think we're going anytime soon.
There will always be scenarios like if I take the front wheel off my car, the furthest point of the race,
I mean, Charlie, we've seen bad weather in Formula One before, haven't we? But I don't think I've seen anything quite like this before.
No, I haven't either. I mean, I haven't seen the pictures from Spa, but I'm hearing it's absolutely hammering down.
Imagine, you know, sometimes, Charlie, when it rains in England and we get drizzle all day and it's miserable. Imagine that, but 5 times harder.
Yeah, this is just complete. It's torrential, I think, the word to put it. torrential rain in Spa. You can't race in them conditions.
I mean, our only saving grace is that there's going to be a break in the rain, and we can get a few laps of the race done today.
Yeah.
That's our only saving grace. But again, we say thank you to all of the marshals, Charlie. They are absolutely soaked. And they've had I think we've only had one fully dry session this weekend, and that was FP1.
Yeah.
So we're coming up to 4:10 local time. Sunset's 8 o'clock.
May be able to crack it. It's a possibility. I mean, the Spa has been used for the 24 hours. They do race something like that.
But obviously, these F1 cars don't have lights on them either, Charlie, do they?
No, that's another problem. Mind you, you look at Singapore, they've got the floodlights though, haven't they?
I'm getting asked a lot of questions. Why can't we start the race? These are professional drivers, Charlie. But you know, what we don't want a Jules Bianchi incident to happen again, and obviously we saw Lando Norris go off and these conditions are much more extreme today. That is why we are not starting the race for safety concerns here at the moment.
I don't want to see another driver like Jules Bianchi killed. I don't want to see another driver seriously injured. I don't want to see F1 drivers being put severely at risk by aquaplaning at high speed.
Obviously, yeah, that's
impact that Max had in Hungary. So at the moment we're everything at it. If this race does to restart, and who knows, it could be another hour or so delay.
I mean, Christian Horner, Charlie, is saying they expect at least another hour delay onto this at the moment.
Wow.
So we'll wait and see. But
I think this is actually set in for the next hour or so at least. So
I mean, Christian Horner saying according to their weather forecast, it's going to rain for the rest of the day. But this heavy rain will be set for the next hour before it even begins to ease, Charlie Tolhurst.
That is just, I think they're going to have to seriously consider this race and potentially move it. I can't see Formula One racing if the rain is going to intensify even more for the next hour.
And Christian Horner, again, Charlie, is saying, if we can't race today, why not try tomorrow?
I think the overwhelming majority, Jack, the overwhelming majority of team principals, the overwhelming majority of them are probably going to back a decision to say, look, it's too dangerous today. Why not go tomorrow? We've got a chance at getting this as a World Championship Grand Prix.
I mean, as Christian Horner's just saying, the actual water level on the track isn't the problem. It's the mist, Charlie, and the spray that's more of the problem. There's a lot of fog up at the Carmen, all the way up Eau Rouge and all the way down to Pouhon and down the back straight. There's a lot of fog, Charlie, and the crowd are going. The crowd are taking shelter at the moment.
Must admit, I bet for some of the fans today, I bet it is pretty chilly in the grandstands.
Is it one of those days, Charlie, where you're quite glad you're watching it under a roof?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I honestly think Formula One, you should watch F1 anywhere. But I mean, for the fans today, it's a shame that they've got massive Orange Army fans out for Verstappen. I think they're surely going to be wanting the race to go on at some point.
And Bernd Mailand has abandoned his safety car, so we're certainly not going racing anytime soon. Right.
I think it's going to be I reckon we're going to have to call it off today. But it's just going to keep hammering with rain.
So the Orange Army, Charlie, as you mentioned, out in force. I'd love to put a race on today for these fans because they're passionate fans in Belgium. But I just don't think it's going to be possible at this moment in time.
Not for the safety of Max Verstappen. The safety of the drivers is the most important thing. And I don't want, as I've said before loads of times on this live stream today, I don't want to see a racing driver in a critical condition after a horrible crash. These conditions are the most dangerous out of any motor racing conditions out there. If it rains heavily and there's very low visibility, racing drivers will be put at severe risk, and we don't want to see anyone suffer a horrendous accident, which could be life-threatening.
We might not be able to see what happens at Zandvoort, so
I mean,
it would be fairly unlikely.
the only thing is, Charlie, if we ran tomorrow, we've got it takes about half a day to pack everything down. It takes about 3 or 4 hours to get over to Zandvoort. Everything has to be. It takes about a day to put everything back up again. Everything would have to be put up by Wednesday lunchtime if we were to get going on Friday. It would be tight, Charlie, if we can do that, because obviously traffic issues, the lawyers get stuck in traffic. Is it a possibility, Charlie, that if we have to run tomorrow, we can't do Friday practice at Zandvoort?
Potentially, or there is an option of Formula One doing the 2-day weekend like they did at Imola last year, potentially.
We've thought about that, haven't we? Yeah. We're just going to listen to Otmar Sav, actually, Charlie.
Any less?
No, and it's really difficult to tell here because the radar isn't as much help as it normally is. It was meant to, in the middle of the race, dissipate and then get more intense towards the end. But I don't know if that'll happen.
So, what do you think? What do you think we're looking at here? Are we looking at a race being abandoned? Are we looking at a race running tomorrow? What's your thought?
I hope we don't abandon it prematurely. I hope we wait and see if the weather does get better, and we'll need a 2-hour window to get it in. And I think we probably got until 8 o'clock or so. So if we can start before 6, let's run it.
Yeah, I mean, we've waited about an hour now, so it's 4 o'clock local time at the moment. Is there anything on the radar that signals to you that it's going to lessen off even if we wait a couple of hours?
Well, that's the hope, but it's really hard to predict the weather around here. As we said before, it's a bit of a microclimate, so hopefully it will lessen off and then we can get going.
I mean, we've seen wet races here before, haven't we? Think back to that race in '98 where the Jordan, the team that's eventually now Aston Martin, took a 1-2. Do you think the conditions here are much worse than they were back then?
I think they're very similar, but as we saw back then, we had a crash because of visibility, and I don't think we want to do that. So we should have it a little bit better than that, then we can go racing.
And finally, Seb was pretty vocal yesterday on the radio, you know, when he thought it should have been red flag the session. I assume he's had pretty similar comments today?
Yeah, when he was out there, he had similar comments. He said that the rain or the track was as wet as it ever was, and it wasn't getting any better. So I think when it does dissipate, that's the right time to go out again.
Thanks for helping us. Thanks.
Nice gap in the weather tomorrow, around about noon. If they want to look at the weather forecast,
I mean,
come back, who knows?
according to the weather forecast, Charlie, around 12 o'clock tomorrow, there's going to be a nice gap in the rain. But as Otmar Sav, Charlie, says, we've got to start this race before 6 o'clock to stand a chance of getting it in, haven't we, today? Let's see Sebastian. He's going into the source. Let's see what happens. And we're just looking at the visibility, Charlie, at safety car speed. Sebastian Vettel can just about make out the LED lights of the car in front of him. He can't see the apex to Eau Rouge until about a second before he gets there. And when he rises up the hill, all he can see is spray. So if the car spun in front of him, Charlie, there's no way he would be stopping because he wouldn't be able to see, would he?
No, he wouldn't be able to see, and Vettel would have literally have been a passenger in an accident on that corner. He would have just been a passenger.
And obviously, if we get a race today, it's going to be absolute chaos. That's one thing we can assure.
Yeah.
It is still, Charlie, absolutely tipping it down on the start-finish straight. Well, the whole circuit pretty much. I can at least say it's going to be another hour at least before we can get going. Because not only have we got to wait for the rain to stop, we've got to wait for the track to dry a bit. And obviously, as more rain's coming down, it's not drying, it's just getting wetter. The only thing we can do, Charlie, to help dry it is to get the track blowers out or send Burn Mylander around for a few laps to try and just dissipate some of the water.
Too old school to be part of this decision. Because I've started many races in worse conditions than this. Yeah. So.
But even just listening to Martin Brundle, Charlie, he says he's never seen any conditions quite like this before.
That's history for Formula One.
Coming down wouldn't have made such a difference because you're already clearing a lot of water away and you're continuing to clear it away.
The only thing, if we had got going, Charlie, and the rain that is coming down now came down in the race, there'd be no doubt that there would be a crash that could potentially injure someone. And yes, Michael Massey got criticised yesterday, but I think today he's made the correct decision.
Yeah, I think you've got to stop the race if it's too dangerous. And as other team principals have said, it's just going to be a risk, not worth taking.
And obviously, Charlie, if you have slick tyres on, the slick tyres lock, they screech, they create smoke, and you stop pretty quickly. But in wet conditions on wet tyres, you just aquaplane and you slide all over the top of the water and you don't stop at all.
2 minutes later. And that was then the formation lap with Sebastian Vettel, which should count. We've had 2 laps behind the safety.
So we just looked at a full replay of the formation lap with Sebastian Vettel and just seeing the track again, Charlie. Again, it's nowhere near ready for racing.
No.
I mean, at this point, Charlie, if you were Michael Massey, what would your decision be?
Suspend the race, move it to tomorrow.
Move it to tomorrow. So you want the race to be ran on Monday?
I think they should do it early afternoon or early Monday or early afternoon, whenever the weather's best. I just think there's got to be a lot of work done. I just think if you run the race too late today, you're going to get low visibility with a night sky. Is Spa got sufficient lighting that they can host it? I just think they're best off just playing it safe, just to keep every driver safe and run the race tomorrow. I agree with the team principals on that one.
Yeah. We're just going to see, Charlie, Alonso's helmet cam from Friday. I think might have been the only dry lap Alonso actually got in the whole of the weekend. This new helmet cam, Charlie, it's a brilliant perspective, isn't it? Because you can really see what the driver's doing in the cockpit, where they're looking at the apex. You can see the changes and the adjustments on the steering wheel. And it gives you an insight, Charlie, as to what it is actually like to be in the eyes of a Formula One driver.
It's probably the best definition of driving an F1 car, like properly. It is amazing.
It is, isn't it? And they're so low to the ground that they can't see. You can see it's effectively like you're looking on the surface, isn't it?
Yeah. You just saw the video. If you watch it through Eau Rouge, it is literally flat out. It's literally hardly any movement in the steering. He's right through there.
And Mercedes have just put out a tweet, Charlie, saying, "Okay, we may have slightly undersold just how wet it really is." It is.
I don't blame them.
I mean, Blanchimont, Charlie, it's easy flat in the dry, but actually, in the wet, it's a corner, isn't it? It's a really tricky one to get right when it's raining.
It is, and because of how fast it is, you might have to lift off a lot through there if it's soaking. Trust me. A tweet coming through there from Gateway 97.8 Hassan Avery, who says, "We want some racing!" Exclamation mark. Hashtag Belgian Grand Prix.
The medical card,
your race at some point.
the medical card, Charlie, has been sent round, but it's not ready, 100%. I.
Is going for a lap around the track to see just how bad it is. Now, normally Bernd Mailander will be doing this, but he at the moment is at the end of the pit lane.
And you may be asking why they're using the medical car, not the safety car. The thing is, the safety car is heading is at the end of the pit lane, and the medical car is even putting its lights on. Charlie, it's that miserable and dark at Spa.
Yeah.
But at 80 miles an hour, Charlie, and that's the spray. What's it going to be like at 200 miles an hour?
I'm not sure. Just getting up now for you. Basically, this was a tweet from Alpine earlier. I have basically can show you just how wet it is at Spa on the formation lap. That's a view there from Fernando Alonso's Alpine. Do apologise that my laptop is a little bit slow, but there it is. That is the circuit for you. You can't even see the car behind him, which is technically Lance Stroll. It's actually a speck.
It's treacherous, isn't it? Absolutely treacherous.
And there was a tweet from Alpine saying, we can't say for certain, but we're pretty sure Fernando didn't do the formation up on his own earlier. Visibility is now an issue.
And Romain Grosjean's also here this weekend, Charlie. We obviously had that big crash at Belgium. He's not racing here. I think he's doing French TV or something. Canal Plus F1. I think he's on this weekend. Obviously, and they're actually now, Charlie. It's it might be Kimi Raikkonen's ice cream time again, mightn't it? They're all taking snacks. They're all having food breaks.
Yeah, I think they deserve it at the moment, given how long this delay is going to be. We just don't know how long it's going to be until we even race today.
And Adam van der Merwe, Charlie, he went straight out. He's come straight back in again. I don't think that's a good sign, do you?
No, I think he means it's too dangerous. We need to stop the race today.
The chance for a Belgian Grand Prix to start. Us, you, and about 70,000 people
We're just
circuit have made the trek.
Just waiting.
To see their heroes in action. And I'm sure George Russell waiting.
Sit and wait, Charlie. George Russell, his first front row start. Hopefully he can get a start, Charlie, this afternoon. But what an amazing effort it was for George Russell in qualifying yesterday.
What a qualifying, Jack, from the Brit. George Russell, P2 for Williams, best qualifying for them since 2017 in Monza with Lance Stroll. Can I say, I honestly have to say that's one of the best qualifyings I've seen from Williams in ages. Great pace out there yesterday and put up an upset for many people.
So, your point about...
And Charlie, it's a Le Mans. It's a Le Mans-esque. The mechanics are just... They've all got their cups of tea, Charlie. They're just standing around by the car. Red Bull, the catering team have brought out all this food for them, Charlie. So they clearly don't think we're going anywhere, do they? They've got all their lovely cups of tea because they look, Charlie, they look cold. They must feel cold. They look wet. They're soaked. Their coats, Charlie, are dripping. That is just how wet it really is.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to, seriously. I mean, a lot of them, I hope they're in the garages keeping warm and keeping themselves protected. But yeah, I think the race has got to be suspended, I think, today. If it's just going to continue with the hammering down the run.
So let's have a look at the score out of 10 performance for Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. In starts, it's 8.9 for Charles Leclerc, 7.8 for Sainz, 6.7 for race pace, 7.1 for Sainz, 8.1 for tyres for Charles Leclerc, and 8.4 for Sainz, Charlie. So overall, Sainz is edging it out, but we're just looking, Charlie, at a camera position. We see. I think that was on the Kemmel Straight, Charlie. But we're just going to hear from George Russell at this moment.
So, if it does get underway, I want to at least have a bit of food in my stomach.
We were talking about this. How difficult is it for you to kind of be in the perfect condition by the time it does eventually start?
I mean, just unique situation. I guess you just adapt and crack on. But it's, I mean, it's such a shame for everybody. You know, people watching at home, the fans here. I mean, I saw some Dutch fans with their tops off before the race, fully enjoying it. So, and it's obviously just frustrating for everyone here.
What were the laps behind the safety car?
I mean, it was. You could just about see behind the safety car doing. I guess we're doing probably 140 miles an hour, but you know, when we get them to 200 miles an hour, that spray is going to be impossible. So, I mean, it was definitely the correct decision to stop. But obviously, as it currently stands, there wouldn't be a classification, which is obviously pretty frustrating for everyone, including ourselves. So, I mean, one way or another, we need to find a way to get the race started, even if it's, I guess, for a second, bring the safety car back out. I think if we can do 2 laps, there can at least be a classification and half points awarded.
So would you like to see that get underway this afternoon?
Well,
Would you like to go for a whole
obviously,
race
of
tomorrow
course.
if you can?
Sorry?
Would you be ready for a whole race tomorrow if that's what happens?
I guess so. I'm ready for a race whenever. Happy to race every day of the week. But I think logistically, I don't know if that's possible. As obviously we've got a triple header now. All of this has got to go to Holland, so it put a lot of stress on the teams. I guess if we didn't have a classification today, it would be such a shame for everybody. But equally so, even if we were to do 2 laps behind the safety car. But I guess we all, especially Williams, want to see a result at the end of it.
What do you do in this time? Because obviously you're trying to take on something to eat and something to give you a bit of energy for when it does start. But how do you fill the time?
I was just on Twitter, to be honest, just scrolling through.
Same as the rest of us.
Yeah, just chatting with some people, and there's not really a lot you can do. There's not really anything you can prepare for because the conditions are constantly changing. So yeah, just literally just making sure you're pretty sure. I've gone and changed my suit, changed my fireproofs, so I feel a bit more fresh than I did before. It was soggy wet. That's about it, really.
All right, great. Listen, thanks very much for talking to us, George. All the best when it does get underway. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sure
George Russell there talking, Charlie. But whilst we were talking to George Russell, Sergio Perez's car was being fired up. Is that potentially coming back into, if we can get a Belgian Grand Prix?
Yeah, let's hope so. But as I've said, again, the weather is just not right at the moment to race.
I mean, is it an option, Charlie, if we can just run 2 laps at lower speed just to get a classification?
I mean, it's an experiment to race today. I mean, I want to see wheel-to-wheel racing, but I've never. It's just one of those things where 2 laps where you are racing behind the safety car. I think if no one's overtaking.
According to the sporting regulations, Charlie, it has to be 2 green flag laps, not safety car laps.
I'm a bit concerned even with 2 laps, because if you think about it, if the weather's still bad, people are still someone could have a big off. And you know Eau Rouge is a corner that can punish anyone if you go up there and aquaplane.
100%, Charlie. And some of you are asking, why haven't we gotten a ROF delay, time from race control? The answer is race control don't know when this is going either.
They need to seriously go out there. Someone's got to observe the track and someone's got to drive around that track and try and clear as much water as possible. Because
Bernd Meilander's climbed back in his safety car. I think that might be the warmest place in the whole of Spa at the moment, where he's heating on, Charlie, and scrolling through Twitter, and Sergio Perez is walking back to the garage, Charlie. So I wonder if he is back in this race.
He could be. I mean, I'd love to see Perez in it. I mean, they need to look at now, finding out. I'm going to say this now on air. If it's the conditions stay as they are, I don't think Formula One should race today. I just don't want to have an accident of massive sorts. If they can get the race going, I think it'll only be like even shorter than Malaysia 2009. It'll be a few laps. We'll have to call it a day.
We're an hour and nearly 40 Mercedes radio.
I think it's the French club.
When the 3 hours starts.
It started at 1500
Yeah, that's what I read it as. So we're deep in, aren't we?
Yeah, so we are thinking. So it'll be a time race quite a lot regardless.
Okay, and the Perez car, is he allowed to take part?
Okay, so listening to Michael Massey there saying that the 4-hour time has started. We would go to a timed race if we could get it going. So
Sergio Perez, in the view of the FIA stewards here this weekend, is able to take part in this race if his car can be fixed. Big news from Spa on that one.
Yeah, and right now it was at Mercedes. It's like, really? Are you sure? So many things weren't followed.
Formula
So now
One.
the time, the one I was surprised at the start.
Right, Charlie, we've just been told the race has been delayed due to weather conditions. We all know that. But what we have just been told, Charlie, that the 4-hour clock has now started. So Michael Massey started, it says about 3.5 hours left on it. If we were to start the race, it would be a timed race.
Yeah. I think it's worth doing it if it's a timed race. I think it makes it a little sprint, I suppose, for Formula One drivers.
Exactly, which is what I expected. That's what.
So we've got about 3 hours and 10 minutes left on that 4-hour clock.
Hour and a quarter into the 3 hours, and hence their comment there of it will be a timed race to 3 hours. So we're already an hour and a quarter into the 3 hours then of this event. Now that
it would be a timed race, but working out, Charlie, the time of what race, the time we could do, would it be an hour and a half timed race? Would it be a,
We've got
you know,
44 and a half minutes to go. If they can't restart this race, we've only had one lap of racing, as it were.
So, Charlie, what I'm hearing is the reason why they've started the 3-hour clock or the 4-hour clock, if we hit it, if we hit the 3-hour clock, the race won't start. We've got an hour and 45 minutes left on that clock. If we get going, we get going with how much time is left on that clock, and that is how far the race runs to, Charlie. So that is what Michael Massey is saying at the moment. Obviously, everything can change.
Yeah.
And Michael Massey can say, okay, I think we can start now. We can run to a 90-minute race, for example. Let's go. Looking at the con, Charlie, there's still so much standing water on the track. You can see the mist, the fog. Let's
bring in Anthony Davidson in a few moments' time.
Let's have a
team radio coming first.
We got some team radio, Red Bull.
Good news. Sergio will be the behind start.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much, Michael. And crack on.
You crack on, and we hope the weather calms down.
Well, so
Michael Massey, Charlie, has just informed Jonathan Weekly that if they can fix Sergio's car, it will be a pit lane start for Sergio and he can re-enter the race.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he joins Lando in the pit lane after his crash yesterday in qualifying.
So obviously, long delay here at Spa. So the 2-hour clock hasn't started, but the 4-hour clock has started now. So it's just a waiting game, isn't it, Charlie? Just a waiting game.
Yeah.
I don't claim to be a team manager by any stretch of the imagination. I prefer to be out there doing it anyway, but I could not see anything anywhere where it spoke about or said any rules regarding the formation lap to the grid and whether you are or not allowed outside assistance,
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because Toto Wolff at Mercedes, Charlie, is going mad that they're letting Sergio Perez back into the race.
Well, I mean, Mercedes clearly are not happy with Red Bull's decision. I mean, both of them have had a lot of political conflict this season in the sport over our flexi wings, over the crash at Silverstone. So it's clearly that those two teams have got a lot of conflict, should I say, in Formula One.
So
but it doesn't fall under that because the race didn't start.
Sergio Perez could be eligible to a 10-second stop-go penalty if he doesn't take a pit lane start. So
along the lines that another team
the crowd are cheering, Charlie, and I think that's because some of the drivers have gone over to say hello to them. What other time have the drivers got, Charlie?
The race started, but it had, in terms of the lap count, had gone down by 1. So Sergio Perez should be a lap down in that respect. He starts from the pit lane because he hasn't completed the opening lap of this race in terms of the lap count.
If we do get this race going, it will be a safety car start for sure. And yeah, so Mick Schumacher, Charlie, has gone over and said hello to the fans that are in the dry grandstand, the few hundred of them or the few thousand of them that are in probably the only dry place in the circuit that's not inside the garages.
It's interesting where they've gone, to be honest. I can't imagine that the conditions today are just too dangerous to race in it. So I'm just glad that the drivers are going out there and being supportive of the fans.
So, Charlie, let's have a chat about next week. Next week we go to Zandvoort. We've got banking. We've got so much more to throw a spanner into the works for the teams, the drivers. Are you excited for Zandvoort, Charlie? Because I'm quite looking forward to it.
It's going to be an interesting track. I don't know about overtaking. I hope there's some places that cars can pass there. That's my only complaint I've got with the Zandvoort layout. But it's a great track though. It's an old school layout. It has been tweaked a little bit ahead of the race. Banking's been added, but it's an old school layout. I hope the drivers will enjoy the circuit.
Yeah. Only downside is, Charlie, is we're expecting the same weather conditions for next weekend as well.
Rain. Oh my God. More rain. Just more rain. That's what we need. I hope it's rain that can be enough for it to still go ahead without a red flag.
100%.
2-hour clock is the race time. So when it's lights out, the way we go, you've got 2 hours.
I mean,
to get
Charlie, normally a typical Grand Prix lasts 90 minutes to 2 hours. We haven't used much fuel because there's been no laps of racing. Do you think
the maximum race time of 3 hours will commence at the scheduled race start time? So that's the 3-hour window to start a race and end a race. The 2 hours that are all on the timing screens is once the race has started.
Do you think, Charlie, we could potentially run an hour plus one lap race? If we can get it in, obviously the 3-hour clock's running. But if we don't get any racing in, it's what I'm being told, Charlie, is if we hit the 3-hour time limit, the event, the race, the Belgian Grand Prix will be classed as abandoned. But Bert Myland is actually just sitting there scrolling through his Twitter account, Charlie, because he can't move. He's got to stay in his safety car because he could be called upon at any time to go out and check the track by Michael Massey.
Yeah, for someone like Bernd Mylander, I'm sure he'd be loving his social media forefronts right now, getting out there scrolling on his Twitter. But yeah, for the rest, everyone else, I kind of feel a bit sorry for them that they're just having to sit and wait patiently for the race to begin.
I mean, if you remember, Charlie, if you're a MotoGP fan, you'll remember in 2018 at Silverstone, that race never got going either because of rain.
Was that abandoned or was that done on the day after?
That was officially abandoned.
They abandoned.
And Red Bull running around. Oh, and the Red Bull mechanic, Charlie's just gone flying over a chair.
Oh dear. I hope he's all right. Whoops a daisy.
He's up again, Charlie. He's up again. I think he's trying to get parts for Sergio Perez's car.
Karim Chandok and Mick Schumacher had a wonderful day at Silverstone recently. If you haven't seen it, you're in for a bit of a treat in a little while. And we'll show you just what happened.
Yeah, it's going to be. If we can get going, Charlie, it's going to be chaos, isn't it? And it might well be worth the wait.
Yeah.
But maybe just say, Charlie, Michael Schumacher won a world championship on this day in Spa.
Yeah. Yeah, also as well, 30 years ago since he made his debut with Jordan as well. So another big historical highlight. And of course, on the 15th of September, Schumacher documentary premieres on Netflix.
He does. Right, well, talk about that for a bit, Charlie. Are you looking forward to the Netflix documentary? And
yeah, I am. I think it's going to be amazing. I honestly think this is going to be what a lot of F1 fans have been waiting for, to see a true story, unseen bits of Michael Schumacher's career. This is going to probably be, it might be a bit emotional, but I think it will be worth the watch.
Do you think so? I'm looking forward, Charlie, to seeing the unseen interviews. Actually, I think they're going to be well worth watching, the unseen interviews.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of them. I hope to see some highlights of Michael's career. Of course, the debut for Jordan, the win in Spa, and the win in Spain in 1996 as well with Ferrari. That was in wet conditions, by the way. Yeah, I hope there'll be some great highlights from Schumacher's career at Ferrari, and indeed his whole F1 career as well.
So it's what they do. It's what they've grown up doing.
So I think, Charlie, the team principals have been called to Michael Massey's room. I can imagine this is to discuss, can we run the race tomorrow? Can we run the race maybe later in this evening? Because they're not in the pit lane anymore, and they're not in the paddock. So I assume they've gone up to the FIA to have a look and see what's going on up there.
Lots of tweets coming in from Formula One drivers. George Russell tweeted saying that he apologises for all the fans that have been out today, braving the rain. But we're really hoping we can get a result out of this event.
Yeah, Natalie Pink and Charlie's just tweeted, wow, what a roller coaster for Checo if the race gets underway. Obviously, he will have to start from the pit lane, but he'll be back in the race, Charlie. We're going to talk to Toto Wolff now, actually.
The latest situation with Sergio Perez, who we understand has been allowed to start from the pit lane if that car is ready in time.
Okay, well, I don't know. Looks like they can finish the car in time, but I haven't heard that yet.
What's your understanding of the regulations around that? We had some conversations backwards and forwards about whether or not the car can be fixed with or without outside help, with or without outside help, I guess, from the marshals to get it back. Do you know?
I think that's probably a first. So everybody's looking at the regulations right now, whether that is what kinds of penalties you would get if the car hasn't been ready on the grid.
From your driver's point of view, we know Lewis said it was very difficult out there visibility-wise. Can you envisage anything starting anytime soon?
Well, I have the same information like everybody else, and in my personal opinion, if it continues like that, you can't start. It's just too dangerous. Rouge on the straight. From the second or third car, you have almost no visibility. And as much as I love racing, and I love also the risk of racing, this is maybe a step too far.
Would you accept, I mean, I know that 2 laps could be deemed classification and half points. for the drivers? Would you accept that on a situation like today? Would you rather we try and get it raced tomorrow, perhaps?
I think that the 2 laps are exactly the ones which are most dangerous. Actually, it's the start. So I don't think that's gonna happen. I think postponing. Let's see. I don't know.
Do you think the teams could manage it? I know we're talking about the marshals, whether the marshals can come back and other staff, obviously, because it's a working day here in the week. But do you think you could manage it as a team? Delaying going to Zandvoort for a day as well, yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult with Zandvoort. And what we would like to do is for the spectators here, because they've been sitting in the rain since 3 days. I doubt that people will be able to sit there tomorrow, Monday, on a work day. Obviously, in the UK, it's not a big difference, but it's all very complex these days.
All right, Tucker, thanks very much for joining us. Thank you.
As you can see,
concerned, Martin, about safety and
Charlie, Toto Wolff's concerned about the safety for drivers. And as you also saw, he doesn't like the fact that they've allowed Sergio Perez back into the race.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with him though on one of the issues. I won't say about the Perez issue, but on the 2 lap thing, I understand his concerns about it, because if you race for 2 laps or even 3 laps, that probably could be the most dangerous. Thinking about the spray, thinking about, as he said, about going off at Eau Rouge and someone has a big accident, it could be serious. And we don't want, as I've said before, the safety of motor racing drivers is paramount. And I honestly think they need to do something to make this race, whether it's viable to even run it at all. You've got logistical issues of running the race tomorrow.
Damn it, Charlie, there's been cam radio to the FIA.
Well, there's basically those, and then each formation that we did comes off the race distance as well.
So we did 2 laps behind the safety car, so that's 1 lap off, and then 4 delayed starts, so that's 4 laps off. So the race should be 39 laps.
39 was the count and timing that I had.
Okay, perfect. That's good on that one. I'm afraid I've got another one still. We just wanted to confirm in terms of points. So the laps that we've done so far don't count for points under 6.5, I believe. But if we were to now start behind the safety car and do that before a rolling start and did 2 of those, then we'd get half points for this race.
That would be my general assumption, yes.
So that's
okay. So the race distance, Charlie, would run to 39 laps, because it's 1 lap off each abandoned start. We had 4 of them. We had 2 laps. We had 1 formation lap, and then 1 lap behind the safety car, didn't we? So that's, what is it? 6 laps, is it? So the race would run to 39 laps, yeah.
Just to let you know on that, one of the ways would have told you that kind of.
I can't. I don't want to sound downbeat here, but I'm a little bit sceptical this is even going to go ahead with the conditions we've got at the moment, unless they can pull their magic off and get this on today.
I mean, as Toto Wolff said, Charlie, it's, you like the risk, don't you? You like the danger, but this is a bit too dangerous.
It's about keeping your drivers safe. The problem isn't, it's not the racing that's the dangerous thing. It's about if someone goes off, like Jules Bianchi done in 2014 with Suzuka. If they go off, and because Eau Rouge has got very little runoff, and you've got a barrier there, if you come across the track, and you can't see a thing, you won't be able to avoid it at all.
Let's see how BBC and Sky Sports have described it. So BBC Sport describe it. Belgian Grand Prix further delayed. Perez can start if cars repaired. Verstappen on pole. Russell second. Hamilton third if we get going. And let's have a look. See what everywhere else is reporting. Yeah, everywhere's basically saying Belgian Grand Prix red flag due to heavy rain. We have
Sergio Perez.
It's a tough one, isn't it? It's a very difficult day for Michael Massey. He's got a lot to handle, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be one of those ones where do you even allow this race to go ahead? with the conditions that they are at the moment.
He probably wouldn't be 5 laps down Sergio Perez because
I mean, I'm being told, Charlie, well, my timing screens, it says the race will run to 43 laps, but Michael Massey has just told everyone that the race will run to 39 laps if we can get going.
I can't see that unless.
And I very much hope, Charlie, for the crowd's sake that have been sitting out here all weekend in the rain, I very much hope we can get a bit of action for them at some point today.
Yeah. I mean, I won't be able to certainly stay on this stream for the whole time because of dinner and that as well. I'm thinking, oh, if this is going to be a long delay, I've got to then recharge my batteries. It's going to be one of those things, but I hope the racing gets underway. I just hope, as much as reporting on this is very important, I understand that drivers need food and they need time, obviously, to recharge. It's a difficult one, to be honest with you, being on air for a long time, because the rain's just coming down still. We've not got a race yet.
I mean, we would normally, Charlie, be finishing the race by now. We haven't even started it yet. Well, we have, but we're red flagged on lap 3. So it's.
Well, that would be absolutely superb if they could for Sergio Perez and for Red Bull.
Let's have a look at the AWS performance for McLaren. Starts 8.1 for Ricardo, 8.4 for Norris. Race pace 6.1 for Ricardo, 7.7 for Norris. Tyres 8.3 for Ricardo, 8.5 for Norris. So Norris heading the McLaren head-to-head battle, but Daniel Ricciardo, Charlie, seems to be having a good laugh in it whilst we have this lengthy delay to the Belgian Grand Prix.
Particular piece of information at the moment, or he's found something else to occupy his time at the back of the garage.
Let's see what's going on at Red Bull for Sergio Perez. The screens are still up, so we can't actually see what is going on.
It's still an awful lot of work to do to get.
Still a lot of work, isn't it? No, I thought the screens might be coming back for a minute, Charlie. Yes, they are coming back. I think they've fixed Sergio Perez's car, Charlie.
Interesting. Perez's Red Bull looks like it's been fixed.
It's fixed. They've just put the front wing on, Charlie. I think that's ready to go. If we can get some racing in.
As if we even start this race. That's the problem.
But I think just looking at the weather radar, Charlie, it's not a pretty sight.
No.
So Perez would be a lap down, wouldn't he? Because he's missed effectively a full racing lap, even though it was under safety car conditions. He's still missed the full lap, hasn't he? So he's a lap down.
What would you do? I mean, I don't know whether there'd be a meeting with the team principals, but I don't know what Formula One are gonna want to do with holding this race today.
To be fair, as you'll know from watching back at home,
We await the time, and Perez is just going around and saying thank you to all his mechanics, and rightly so, Charlie. It's a pretty magnificent effort, isn't it? 2 hours to get a suspension, a track rod, the whole of the front left corner of the car replaced.
Yeah.
Should have been a 3 to 4 hour job, according to Christian Horner, that's been completed in about an hour. That's absolutely superb.
So it's taken them about an hour, if you allow the hour for it to get back on the truck, and then you know what? According to Christian Horner, they said that would take 3 to 4 hours. So that's an incredible effort by the Red Bull mechanics, isn't it, Charlie?
Yes, it is. I have to say that as well. Red Bull deserve to get in their car ready. But all I can just say is that I hope Perez can get.
Let's listen to Marcin Mikowski now, Charlie, on the Alpine pit wall.
No, nothing from our end. We're waiting, obviously, on race control to give us any indications. It's clear now that the clock has started, so you will be a checkered flag at 6 p.m. regardless of the conditions. So I think there's a window in the weather we might get a few laps. If not, then that's it.
So the question is, how many laps are left in this race? Because according to our information, it should be 43 laps because we had one behind the safety car away from the grid. That doesn't count because it's a formation lap. Then we had another one and the cars came into the pits. But is it 43 laps to go, do you know? Or the delayed starts, do they knock off an extra lap from the race lap tally?
Well, it's interesting you were discussing, not exactly that, we were discussing whether the race has started or not, and our understanding it hasn't started because effectively the start procedure was suspended. So the race never started, we just had a couple of formation laps, and therefore there should be no points given, but I've heard there's other interpretations ongoing, so that's the main question. I don't think at this stage how many laps are left are relevant, we're not going to do all of them.
Well, we're not going to do all of them, but do you not find it odd that in a sport where you as a team cover off every detail down to the nth degree, that those that are running the event this afternoon can't actually tell you, for clarity, how many laps there are to go in this race?
I'm not going to drag into any controversy you want to drag me into.
It just seems bizarre.
It's there's quite a few possible situations for aborted starts and wet starts and etc. So there's quite a few articles and regulations that cover this, and it doesn't happen that often. So we have Adam Bermain, our sporting director, next to me, just for these sporting regulations book, and we're debating this on the pit wall. Out of boredom a little bit, I must say, because we're waiting here as you guys are for a possible race start.
Is that Alan Permain next to you? I mean, he's reread those sporting regulations more times than he cares to remember.
Exactly.
So, as you say, it might be completely irrelevant, and we might just get a checkered flag waved at 6 o'clock, which will be a huge disappointment to everybody. Would you be happy if the cars went out for 2 laps behind a safety car so that we could get a classification at least, so that Esteban Ocon would finish 8th and score 2 points because we hadn't reached 75% distance?
Look, from a competitive point of view, no, because we have 2 of our competitors in a championship that are in front of us, so obviously they would score more points than us, so that's from a competitive point of view. Then the other question is obviously for the fans. I mean, there's many people who came here to see a race. I don't think 2 laps behind the safety car is going to be a very meager consolation for them, to be honest. But equally, I understand that they're here. They're waiting under the rain, and they would like to see some Formula 1 cars.
Absolutely. A few of them will be Red Bull fans and will be quite cheered if Sergio Perez got out onto the track. Would you have, in terms of your conversations on the pit wall, did you A, expect Sergio Perez to be coming back into the reckoning for this race, or B, do you think it's allowable within the rules? Where do you stand on that one?
We believe it's allowable because the race hasn't started, but he does. If Red Bull manages to repair his car, then he would have to start from the pit lane.
Yes, and that's
so they're probably the only ones who are actually happy with this delay, really.
Yeah, well, they've got it done. They've got it fixed as well. That just, to me, Martin and Marsan, that sums up the confusion here. The race hasn't started, except it has. We've got 43 laps to go instead of 40.
So the race has officially started.
I never expected ever in my commentary career to be debating whether or not a race has started.
So we've got an hour and 18 minutes left on the 3-hour clock. We probably won't get the full race distance. And we await the weather forecast. Right then, whilst we wait, we're going to go for a quick break, and hopefully we'll have some more news about if and when we can get going after this short break. Bye-bye. Welcome back to Spa, where we remain under a red flag. Been under a red flag for an hour, nearly. Well, we didn't really get the race started, did we? It was supposed to start at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock local time. We still haven't had any racing laps. We've had two behind, well, one formation lap and one race lap behind the safety car, and then Michael Massey red flagged the race, and that has been it, unfortunately.
Messaged me to say, Martin, your interpretation of
We haven't.
delayed start is right, as far as he's concerned, and he's read the sporting regulations a few times.
And anything, have we really? No track action at all.
Which I think is what's confused everyone. That your interpretation is right, but now under the regulations,
we await to hear from Michael Massey.
Yeah, and that's when the delayed start comes in, when they show an aborted start sign and the orange lights flash.
As to what
go round again. That's what that rule is for.
Is happening.
Not quite sure what the rule is for the footwear that is appropriate for standing on a grassy bank.
It's a Wellington Boots Day.
On a Sunday afternoon in the rain, but I did see somebody in the circuit yesterday in flip-flops, which I thought was
some people in flip-flops yesterday. That was certainly the wrong decision.
It's hard soles and walking boots.
So really, the whole thing is like,
I do really feel for the fans now.
I think the fans are taking cover now. They're giving up standing in the rain, and rightly so. They've gone inside.
It looks like at the moment they're not really going to get anywhere near what they came here for, what they want.
And it looks like at the moment they might not see any action. Fans, well, if they do, they might see a couple of laps behind the safety car just to just for it to be classified.
Was all right, which I just thought showed a sign of Sebastian Vettel that we've seen over the years, Martin, because we managed to speak to him on a regular basis.
A lot of the Orange Army out here waiting.
Competitor showing huge.
There's, what is there, like 100,000 people at Spa today? All of them just sitting tight. Millions of people watching around the world. All of them just sitting tight as well. It reminds me of Suzuka in 2014, Brazil in 2016. They were probably our worst wet races, but this is on another level. Max Verstappen was going jet skiing in at the Monaco Harbour. I think he'd go jet skiing at Spa-Francorchamps today. There's that much water. Yeah, it's one of those miserable, dismal days where you just can't get going. I hope we do get going. I really do. For the fans.
4-hour, 4 minutes marathon epic that saw Jenson Button win. There was always the feeling that day that we would get a race in.
And if you remember 2011, there was always the feeling on that day we would get the race because the rain did look like it was going to ease off. Today, it's a different feeling. I'll be surprised if we can get a race in on this Sunday afternoon. Maybe we can look at a Monday morning race or a Monday afternoon race, but the logistics of getting that to Zandvoort for the next race, which is next weekend. It's a bit. Let's have a look then. Back at the grid as to when we did originally get going on the safety car conditions. It's really, really wet.
Oh dear. It's a great replays. And that's all we can bring you from the track here in terms of
replays is all we can bring from the track in terms of racing, or at least cars going around. We haven't seen anything else. We saw one lap with the medical car, and the rain is lashing down.
Trying to pick a breaking point, trying to visualize where they are on the circuit.
And we await the news from Michael Massey. Lando Norris has gone to sleep.
For little Lando Norris, 21 years old.
A little too much for him. He's having a little rest, and why not?
Yesterday, didn't he? He did. He wasn't super comfortable at night.
He took a massive banned in the yesterday at Eau Rouge. In nowhere near as extreme conditions today.
Keep quiet, keep calm, maybe have a little nap if they need to.
And it doesn't look too bad now down the Kilmore Straight.
Was always the feeling that when we couldn't get going.
Well, we're just coming up to an hour and a minute to go.
We've got an hour to go before the race is classified as abandoned.
What's it going to be?
It needs to be a checkered flag with the word sorry written across it on behalf of Formula One, because we are sorry. We want to see racing. Formula One wants to see racing, but it just can't happen at the moment.
There's 1 hour 54 seconds left on that clock,
Just over an hour.
and it's still dismal at the com.
Well, we managed to get 28 races in 56 weeks, was it, in a global pandemic or something like that? But so far.
Yeah, sadly. Daniel Ricciardo doing his bit to communicate with the fans. 3, 2, 1.
And Daniel Ricciardo's going to have a little communication with the remaining fans in the grandstands. He's saying 3, 2, 1, cheer, and
Reminds me of Austin. Remember qualifying? We waited 4 hours for qualifying start, and they never did. And the mechanics were making little boats and floating it down the pit lane and all sorts.
Yeah, in Austin 2015, we waited 4 hours for qualifying. It never did eventually start, and the mechanics were making little boats and sailing them down the pit lane. It might be pretty similar conditions here.
This season, including this one. We're in Zandvoort for the Dutch Grand Prix next week, and then the week after we go to Italy for the Italian Grand Prix. Then there is a week's gap.
Next week
we go to Russia.
We go to Holland, don't we?
Turkey. There's a week's gap after Turkey.
Then we go to Monza, Sochi, Turkey, America, Mexico.
Mexico, Brazil, and a race to be confirmed.
Be a triple header: Mexico, Brazil, and to be confirmed, Saudi Arabia on the 5th of December, and then Abu Dhabi will round out a 22 race season. 22 race season, officially a 22 race season, even though it might just be 21 races officially classified.
Yeah, the season finishing literally just before Christmas. Yeah, remarkably.
It's a long old season.
Used to be the end of the season. Now, just before Christmas, and then
Red lights still flashing.
2022.
Been doing that all afternoon, to be fair.
Drivers swapping teams, new races to come.
And the medical car's gone out
Another record-breaking season, which you can watch, of course,
for a go, and it's continued round.
Exclusively across the season. Now, Alan van der Merwe is back out in the medical car.
He's gone back out.
With an hour to go before the finish time, when they
And we will see
continue thoughts of racing any longer.
what Alan gives this.
Which now looks like a bit of a river in parts, Martin, on the tarmac and underneath it.
Yeah, I think the great irony is that when we actually started behind the safety car, it was probably the best conditions we've had.
I mean,
and this is just a very high-powered, very nice Mercedes estate car.
I think when we did go behind the safety car, it's probably the best conditions we've had all afternoon, really. And then
around Singapore in that actually, it really caught my attention.
oh dear, what's that?
Very much caught my attention.
It's in a Honda, didn't he? Set a speed record for a Formula One car. They made a few modifications on
the rain continues to come.
Salt flats.
There might be a bit of a break in it in a couple of hours' time, but by then we'd obviously already have hit the 3 hour time limit. And even the medical car is fine to FIA.
No, it means the clock has stopped. No,
No. So basically, the time limit is what has stopped. Okay, no problems. So that would be the 3-hour time limits that are on our timing screens that we adhere to. So from 3 o'clock local time here in Spa, the clock started running. It's a 3-hour clock that's due to finish at 6, by which time you either stop the race or you don't start the race. Now that clock has actually stopped.
So that's just been overruled then. That regulation has just been 6 months
Ah.
been overruled.
So the 3-hour clock has now stopped, according to Michael Massey.
Under the international sporting
So
code, the stewards, I think, have the authority to temporarily stop the clock at 5 o'clock here in Belgium. So to fill you in with the way that Formula One and FIA Championship,
let's just listen to Crofty, it might be easier.
Sporting set of regulations technical, and then there is, alongside that, sometimes superseding that, the FIA's International Sporting Code. And that sporting code can sometimes be used to make a decision and a judgment that the stewards can make, the FIA stewards, at a race. That will be why the clock has stopped as Alan van der Merwe makes his way around the track. It's Article 11.9.30 of the International Sporting Code that they can temporarily stop a clock at a racetrack. So
they've temporarily
that's, I hope, just try to clarify that.
stopped the 3-hour clock. Maybe, just maybe, are we going to get 50 minutes or an hour of racing?
You'd have another heart attack
Yeah.
on the way there to the hospital, but you'd be there quickly.
Maybe.
I do remember back in 2000.
Is there just a tiny possibility we could get some action at Spa this afternoon? So we will wait. We will see. Formula One just tweeted medical car doing a race. Yeah, it's going to be
Which he did say to me was because there was no aircon whatsoever, and it was swelteringly hot.
cancel the race and give Russell the win. No, I don't think they can actually do that because we haven't classified it
They don't get any TV feed.
to be a race start yet.
Radio. You can't tune into, classic rock Spa or whatever station he fancies listening to in the afternoon.
Something inappropriate.
So we await, don't we? The decision.
He's waiting, they're waiting and waving. And sadly, it is still very much raining.
Fans are waving. The rain is still
They've got a roof over
falling.
so they're probably a little bit happier in their fan department.
And the grandstand that we're looking at, it's got a roof over them, so maybe they're a bit happier.
Shorter walk to the various car parks.
It's obviously the pits, isn't it?
Yeah. There'll be a shorter walk to the various car parks here. That there will be at some stage a mass exodus of, in the main, unhappy fans that they haven't been able to see any action today. And who can blame them?
And there's a lot of people not going to be able to get out of those car parks. They're just quagmires.
In fact, some of the car parks were actually closed overnight. Some temporary car parks were put in place as the authorities here at Spa trying to find a solution to a situation where it has been raining on and off, and particularly in the last
Medical cars still going round,
throughout this.
and it's going to continue going round. I mean, just to try and clear
See some more shots
some of that water.
in the medical car. And he'll keep going round and round. Certainly gives the fans something to watch, gives us something to watch as well, but more importantly gives the FIA race control something.
Just to give us something to watch. Let's have a look at the replay from the medical car.
Remember, I've got to write a 1,500-word column for Sky Sports F1 tomorrow on this. Somehow. That'd be a good column, won't it?
Yeah.
How shall I open it?
Well, I'll have a little think. Well, surely.
It's still
Column, which
That's the right word. Surely.
pretty murky.
Yeah. Okay.
At Spa.
Why did the race not start when the safety car pulled away off the grid and around they went? Why was that not the start of a race where they could behind the safety car? No one was going off. Yeah, no one was spinning. We heard reports.
And the medical car almost went round
that bad at the time.
at the calm.
Why did they not have got 3 laps in, say? So more than 2 laps for a classification.
Nice.
So that at least the race had been run if we weren't going to get going properly at that stage. That in hindsight seems to me to have been a sensible decision at that time.
Fernando Alonso sits waiting. George Russell
Yeah, I mean,
sits waiting.
adding for Knight and Henry Crofty, we've been going 2.25 hours now.
We all sit waiting.
I tell you what, more thing there's something to talk about while Daniel Ricciardo entertains us all with his Rachel Ross.
We're here from Daniel Ricciardo now.
Not a lot to entertain you right now. What have you been doing? We saw you giving a wave to the fans.
Sorry, what was the first part?
Not a lot for us to do right now. So what have you been doing? And we saw you giving a wave to the fans, trying to start a Mexican wave in the crowd.
Successfully.
It did, it worked.
But yeah, it's hard because you're trying to stay still like alert enough if we get a call like, all right, we're going. But you don't want to like use all your energy. But so I'm just trying to like stay alert enough. But yeah, it's I'm at that point now where I'm a little bored. I don't really know what to do now, so we'll see. It's
got heavier again in the last few minutes as well, a little bit. What happens then if you do get the call? If they say, right, we've got a race start time, what's your program then? What do you do?
Hell for leather, leather for hell. Doesn't change, you know. We've just got to. That's why I think trying to stay a little bit on will make getting back in the car easy. I think if I was to like, I don't know, go and have a sleep or have a massage or something, I don't know, I'd probably have to like start from scratch and just create a bit more work to do. So I'm happy just staying in the garage for now and staying somewhat on the edge a little.
If we end up with a situation where 2 laps is a classification, would you take that, or would you rather stay another day and try and do a full race tomorrow?
What was if they just called the race as it is?
No, if they decided to try and do the 2 laps that would make a classification, would you take that, or are the ultimate is, I guess, to try and get the full race in maybe tomorrow?
I mean, maybe.
Well, you're starting. You want the 2 laps.
Yeah, like the 2 laps sounds good. I mean, me being the Australian I am, do I want to stay in this weather much longer? Not really. So the thought of spending another day in this weather is not that appealing. But I mean, we obviously want to give something to not only ourselves and our competitive nature, but to the fans and that. So if a 2 laps dash, it's a 2 lap dash. I think something would be nice, but I think the hard thing is obviously we got a triple header. So it's not like we got 2 weeks off after this, and that's where I think obviously everyone doing the organising is maybe having a few more headaches than I am at the moment.
So those fans watching saying, but it's wet, just, the throttle pedal, you can lift off as well as put it down. What would you say to people who are saying, why are you not out there right now? Can you just explain how difficult it is?
Yeah, I think to be fair, like the quality of the cameras now and like the onboards, we don't have to explain too much to the fans about visibility. I think they get nearly first-hand view of what we see, which is nothing. So that's obviously massively just not only dangerous, but doesn't really make sense to drive out there with no visibility. But then it comes down to just the way the tires are and the amount of water on the track. It's just hard for them to disperse that quick enough. So that's when we get aquaplaning, and I think basically it's when the tire just gets lifted off the track and it's just skipping across the water. And that's another situation where we're just not in control. So it goes beyond skill. It just goes like, I'm going to call it like physics. just the cars won't stay on the track.
Yeah, you'd be trying to defy physics essentially. Listen,
We're
Daniel,
trying.
thank you very much for joining us. We hope you do get out there soon and make the most of that P4 on the grid.
All right. Drink some tea, stay warm. I don't know.
Are you going to go make us one? Because we are freezing.
I'm sure I speak on behalf of all. I can't feel my toes.
So yeah, it's as you can hear, it's a very wet day, and Daniel Ricciardo providing us with a bit of entertainment, at least from a very, very dismal Sunday. And Mercedes just sitting down, Bono just sitting down listening.
But where the stewards have used their power from the International Sporting Code, the FIA's International Sporting
I assume
Code, to suspend
Bono's
the clock that
listening into the FIA,
dictates that we have a 3-hour window to run the racing.
the 3 hour stop. The 3 hour clock has now officially been stopped.
So that Michael Massey, the race director, should he feel that there is a break in the weather, should he feel that the track
Reason why they've done that is, should Michael Massey feel it's suitable enough
and wouldn't have to be limited by that time limit, by that
for racing,
the time running out at 6 o'clock local time, which is what
we can run it to an hour, I think, was left on the clock. So, in the medical car,
by a 1 hour time limit, because that's what was left.
it's coming back in.
The countdown clock, as it were, when it was suspended. So, if we do, looking at these pictures, it's still very much a massive if. If we do get racing, we could get an hour of racing, assuming it's light enough, assuming that all rain doesn't come down, assuming that the track is suitable for racing. But that is why the clock has been stopped.
So it is good enough. If the conditions say so, if we get to go for Michael Massey, we would have an hour of racing left. But we need to wait.
The stewards have this power, and I think it's common sense to use this power, Anthony, to try as best we possibly can to give us some sort of action today.
Yeah, absolutely, Crofty. Look, everybody wants to go racing. We want to see the racing action. The fans do. We do it here in the commentary box.
We want to see the action, don't we? I do, you do. Fans at the circuit do.
Daniel Ricciardo summed it up beautifully well. At some point,
Right, we're going to go for a quick break, and hopefully when we come back, we might have some more news as to exactly what is happening at Spa.
going on in Alpine at the moment.
So, I think
You all stand back up again. Is that because Ron said he wants to go away?
at about 5:30 local time, 4:30 our time, I think we might be expecting a little update from race control.
Let's hope they get rewarded. We should have got going at 3 o'clock here in Spa this afternoon.
So we should be well finished by this race now.
And everybody at the start, or what we thought should be the start.
Let's have a look at the start again then, or what we thought was going to be the start.
For the formation lap.
That was the formation lap.
Lights out and away we go. The race is starting. That's green lights to say that the formation lap is underway. Now this is where the cars come past.
Now that's officially the start of the race now.
It was flashing amber lights.
Aborted start is what that means.
Exactly. So that would indicate to me then that the race did not officially start.
I thought when the green light came on, it would indicate that it had.
But it did for the formation lap. But that formation lap doesn't count for any lap tally, of course. It's not part of the 44 laps that we should have had racing. And when they came back round again, if it was still green, I totally accept what you're saying there. But the fact that it was flashing amber,
We're going to wait and see.
as you say, a start and not part of any race. So that could be a logic used by race control as to why we've not had an official race start here in Spa. What we're looking for really is an official race end and an indication as to when we might get started again to give us an official race end.
We need to have a look. Let's have a look from on board. We're showing you some of the replays now. From Friday. It's confusion, isn't it now? A helmet cam on board with Fernando Alonso. As we go towards the source on board with him, this was Friday. I think it was FP2 as he plunges towards Eau Rouge on his flying lap. Lando Norris obviously had a big crash at Eau Rouge yesterday. It was actually a quite nice lap from Fernando on Friday. Shame he couldn't replicate that one on Saturday for qualifying.
Amazing car it is. Kareem Chatlock found that car and he invited Mick Schumacher to Silverstone to experience just what a wonderful.
And it's a brilliant perspective to watch Formula One for. Right now, we've got a special feature actually for you with Michael Schumacher's first F1 car. Listen to this.
This is amazing.
The sensation of Spa has been Germany's 22-year-old Michael Schumacher, who's substituting for Bertrand Gachot in the Jordan Ford team.
So this is the car your dad drove his first ever laps in a Formula One car here at Silverstone at the South Circuit. You've seen it before, I guess, but
Only on pictures.
Really?
I've never seen it in real life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's amazing. It's pure racing, isn't it? Just steering wheel, no buttons on it.
We thought we'd organize a little reunion for you. So we got some people here who were working with your dad back in '91. Andy Stevenson, you're now at Aston Martin. We see you on the pit wall. But at the time, you were building this car, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, yeah. I looked after basically this part of the car. And it's quite amazing looking at it now. I remember every single component, and we're talking probably nearly 30 years ago. But she's looking pretty good.
When did you and Eddie first think we're going to get this guy called Michael Schumacher to come to Spa?
I had to try and get Keke Rosberg to come out of retirement. Keke said no. Get a call, 6 o'clock Sunday evening, EJ. Right, tomorrow morning, Michael Schumacher's coming to the factory. We've done a deal. He'll be testing on Tuesday.
Michael knew exactly what he wanted. He jumped in the car, cool as anything. Car fires up, and the rest was history. It was amazing. Once he got going around,
he was up to speed so quick.
Yeah,
I mean, it was absolutely mind-blowing. And Trevor said, I'm going to call him in to slow him down. And that was after 3 laps, 4 laps.
Wish I had like a time machine to go back in days and hear.
Yeah, it's such a shame that there is no footage of it. It's very easy for me to say it now, but I promise you, after the test at the South Circuit, I went home talking to my friends. I said, we've just found the future world champion.
What about this guy, Michael Schumacher, who you brought in?
We gave him a run at Silverstone last week, 30 laps, and during that occasion, he did a really good job.
You were the guy talking to Michael that day. What's your memories?
He had a great inner confidence, Michael, very quiet, took everything on board, wanted to know everything about the car, how everything operated, but took it on board instantly.
It's quite emotional to hear all of this, you know, and kind of trying to picture it in my head, seeing him work and seeing him do all this, and kind of wish that I was there to see it and witness it.
Talking to him, he was asking questions about the car and again, the gear change and the pedals and what the car should be good at. And I said, the important thing for us is that you know Spa very well from sports cars. They looked at me and said, I've never driven around Spa. And I thought, oh my God, what have we done here? So
he said, don't worry, have a fold-up bicycle. And he opened up his bicycle and off he went and he did a lap of Spa. He had so much natural ability that allowed him to drive the car very quickly, that left him a huge amount of mental capacity to work out all these things which came so naturally to him.
It's a beautiful car. I mean, just from the shape and everything, and seeing pictures from it going through Eau Rouge is just amazing, you know?
Get through the Rouge flat was no easy feat at that point in time. And neither Michael nor Andrea had done it on the first day. Saturday morning, Michael was flat from the first lap through there. I think Andrea took to the last lap qualifying before he managed it. So it's just confidence in where you were and what your pallet level and your car control and all that stuff. So
we were saying, Michael, you sure you're not over the limit? And he said, no, I'm not over the limit. I'm on the limit, but I'm not over it. In such a very calm, confident way, but not overconfident.
Michael Schumacher, a sensational seventh for his first Grand Prix.
I would like to finish third, and that's it. I don't think about points or position or everything. Just finish the race.
As far as he's concerned, he had as good an opportunity to win that race as anybody.
The Belgian Grand Prix is go! Senna leads, crossed second, and I think that was Michael Schumacher. Dropping back it was, and Michael Schumacher's Grand Prix has ended on the first lap.
The start was quite perfect, and just after the hairpin, I got a problem with the clutch. I have no more traction, and I think something is broken in the clutch or in the gearbox. I don't know.
Are you excited to drive it?
Can't wait.
This is where the Michael Schumacher story started, isn't it?
Can't wait to drive it, really.
It's cool seeing you in it. I can't imagine how emotional this must be for you.
It's weird to think that obviously the car is older than I am, and it took my dad around basically at the same age as I am now.
Listen, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Hi, mate. Nice to see you. Yeah, cheers.
Hier ist die Trick, dann hat mir mal einer gesagt, das funktioniert eigentlich nur. Der Fluch ist, wenn du den ersten Mal ziehst, also wenn dann 1:2 geht, dass du nicht so ziehst, sondern praktisch 45 Grad ist, dann bleibst du auf der Seite. Wenn wir 3 machen, genau, den 3 einfach gerade schieben, gerade zurück und dann 45 Grad nach oben und 45 Grad nach unten zu setzen. It's more fun with the manual. Yeah, I think.
Go.
Feels very light, everything. can't stop seeing things. Look at this! Oh my god. Oh, I'm flying around like a little ball with this car. This is so
Right. Come on then, Chewbacca. You enjoyed it?
yeah, amazing.
Come on, my turn.
Yeah.
Here we go, on the pit lane. I have a model of this car in my office. I'm so excited to be running.
You're amazing. The car has so much history, but also just, it's pure driving. And that's what's so nice about it. It's just pure joy. That's coming. Look at this. It's just amazing.
Wow. What an amazing experience. What a car. I've really enjoyed driving that. Well, I feel a bit out of breath actually.
How was that?
Oh man. It's so cool. It's so pure. It is. Mate, what a special day.
Yeah. I get goosebumps when I think about it, that I just drove this car around here and, all of that 30 years after my dad did. So it's a great day. Definitely one for the book.
It's one for the family photo album, isn't it?
Definitely.
What an amazing feature, and thank you so much to all who allowed us the opportunity to give Mick Schumacher a run in the 191 Jordan.
See, what an amazing little feature from Karun Chandler and Mick Schumacher. What I can tell you though is we're expecting an update at 4:45 then. So an update at 5:45 local time, 4:45 UK time. And the event countdown clock has been stopped to try and complete a 1 hour race today.
We're standing by for a weather update in about 12 minutes' time, and there is a slim chance, Martin Brundle, that a little window in this relentless rain might just open up and allow us to get some Formula One action in. Not to get everyone's hopes up too much, but there is a chance, and that is what the stewards and race control are looking at the moment.
There's a chance, isn't there?
Yeah, just to remind you, we've got another 3 hours of official daylight until sunset.
Right, we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, we might be able to bring you some updates from Spa.
It's not helped.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Spa, where we remain under a red flag. The trap blowers are out. I'm trying to clear some of the water off. We're expecting a weather update in about 1 minute and 45 seconds from the FIA as to whether we will get a start in Belgium. It's still raining pretty hard, but the track conditions have improved slightly because they've been blowing the water out of the way.
They're called extreme wets, the tyres. That's their name.
Extreme
wets.
Could they be more extreme? Could they clear more water away?
Well, we used to happen, didn't
The fans
we? Remember,
are still out.
bring the monsoon tyres, but the reality was that they never got used because if the track needed monsoon tyres, there was a safety car out anyway. And as so often happens, we see
And we are ticking closer towards 5:45 local time here at Spa, 4:45 UK time. Weather update coming pretty shortly, and as to when we might get a little bit of track action. We've been told it will be an hour race if we do get a bit of action. Some fans have left already. They've decided they've had enough.
Weekends like this,
They've gone home.
standing by, just in case. And everyone is standing around,
Standing by, waiting to hear from race controls. The teams get yet more refreshments. They've had a long afternoon, well, a long day as well. I knew it'd be a long afternoon coming into this one. But let's wait and see what happens. Should be due an update any second now. I'll bring you that update as soon as I hear it in my ear. I haven't seen it come up on my timing screen yet. When I get it, race control then. Next weather update will be provided at 5:55 local time as we remain. So we got to wait another 10 minutes for the weather update. It's still raining pretty hard. And at what point does it get to that we abandon the Belgian Grand Prix? At the moment, we haven't officially abandoned it. We just sit under a red flag. And as to when, if we might get going, we've currently been on air for 3 hours and 10 minutes now. Feels a long time, doesn't it? Yeah. Longest red flag, I think. We haven't had red flags this long. It might be the longest one in Formula 1 history, actually.
You know what we're waiting for, Kareem? The best indication as to whether anything's going to happen this afternoon or not is when Kimi Räikkönen reaches for the ice cream freezer.
Yeah, we haven't seen Kimi Räikkönen get to the ice cream freezer yet. Seeing pictures of Puon down the hill, all the way to the Fanya, and it's still pretty wet and dismal. And they're still trying to blow some of the water off the track at the bottom of Eau Rouge. They made it a bit better.
We're waiting then for another weather update in about 8 minutes' time. We're waiting for two things: whether we get a break in the weather, whether the rain stops, whether we can go racing or not, or we're waiting for the answer to the big sporting question, Martin Grundle, of the afternoon. Were those marshals playing Petanque or Bull? And via the use of social media, we could get an definitive answer. Where would you say? I'd say Petanque, you would say...
We've had the marshals have been playing bowls or balls or whatever you call them in the gravel.
Is it Bull or is it Petanque? We're actually both right. I hate it.
Yeah, I know. It's really annoying. Petanque is the actual game.
And we are wait and see as to what happens. We continue to remain under a red flag here at Spa. Race suspended. And I'll try to keep you as entertained as best
It's like saying this is racing that we're watching today, even though it's not.
as I really can.
It's actually
It's
Formula One.
still the rain's eased off,
We've covered a lot over the years.
but it's still raining pretty hard.
Never have we talked football, but maybe we should more often. And certainly the marshals by the gravel traps. So we need to bring more gravel traps back, Martin.
It is wet, and the easy put up things, the 10 things, whatever they call them, have certainly got their money's worth today. They haven't been used this part. They went for a few seasons where they weren't used at all. They've definitely made up for that one.
I'm so with you on that one. I have no idea what time we're going back tonight, but we will be, and then we'll be in Zandvoort for the Dutch Grand Prix just down the road.
And don't forget, we're in Zandvoort for the Dutch Grand Prix. Not tomorrow. On Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we hopefully might not bring. We won't be able to bring you qualifying live. We'll bring you race live, though. Next Sunday. Honestly, Canada 2011 was the last time we had a proper delay like this before. So 10 years apart. I mean, Brazil 2016, that was a really wet one. Japan 2014 as well. Well, we unfortunately lost Jules Bianchi that year. Turkey, it was raining pretty hard last year, but that did dry. And it's just a waiting game. According to the weather radar, it isn't going anywhere, this rain. It isn't easing anytime soon. Yeah, but at my particular weather radar, and the marshals are now out washing the water.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most optimistic man at Spa here this afternoon, one room. He's going to go all the way up to the bus stop chicane. The glamour of Formula One.
And we wait and see.
Two Ferrari drivers just sitting and waiting like everybody else. Not having a conversation with each other there, Martin. Yes, get on our phones instead.
I know, but yeah,
it's
in the
pretty
back
much
of their minds, they know they might be racing
same
shortly.
rain, rain,
Well,
and just more rain. Unfortunately,
not the sweepers, but it's the sweepers that are doing a decent job to try and get rid of some of the water from the side of the track at the moment.
It is
drivers
probably
for a break in this weather,
coming down at Spa, isn't it?
It's the red flag situation to stop.
And the marshals are now out sweeping it away.
While we are waiting, there's another weather update in about 5 minutes' time. Let's hear from the race winner, last time out, Esteban Ocon.
And just looking,
wanted to start 8th here today.
it's no break in the rain.
Thursday, sat down with Rachel Brooks.
Let's listen now to Rachel Brooks. Yes, can sit down with Esteban Ocon.
So Esteban, you walked in here a race winner this weekend, walking through those paddock gates. What did it feel like? Any different?
Well, it feels awesome. Any different? Yes. I mean, when I came into the garage, I saw the smile of the whole team and all the guys, still, buzzing from that weekend. So yeah, I think it's just a present and a reward, after all the hard work.
It's funny you say that's a reward for all the guys for all their hard work. Is it almost a reward for you as well and your family to have that?
Yeah, it is a reward for me for sure. But yeah, for my family, I think that win is probably goes to them more than me. When I cross that line, I just remember all those difficult moments, those sacrifices that they've been doing, and the tough moment that they've been through. I had a lot of up and down in my career. It's 20 years of hard work to get there, but it was totally worth it.
When I spoke to you in Hungary after the race, you hadn't had a chance to speak to your family yet. What was that phone call like?
All my close friends, they joined my family's home, and everybody was having a glass. So I had like a little WhatsApp video call, with them, and that selfie that they all sent me, and that's probably the message that meant the most to me. Of course, I did receive a lot of awesome messages. I'm still trying to catch up on replies after all of them that I received, but yeah, it's been awesome. I received so much love.
Did you hear from Toto?
I did hear from Toto, yeah. You know what? I was kind of disappointed that he didn't straight away text me on Sunday night, and on Wednesday he called me and I said, Toto, you didn't congratulate me. I was off at you. And he told me, he was waiting for the wave to come down.
How hard was it to lose that connection with Mercedes when you signed for Alpine?
The support I got from Merck at difficult times, from Toto, from James Valls, from Gwen Lagru, that was mega. The victory is also a part of it is also thanks to them. So yeah, that is awesome.
I mentioned to you the sacrifices and things, but actually your career path as well. I mean, you had the struggles at Lotus when you were a junior. You then get into Formula One, and you're with Manor and Force India, who have financial struggles. Was there ever a point where you thought, this isn't for me, this isn't going to happen for me, it's not meant for me?
It's just crazy to think that all my career I've been around this financial struggle and this moment where you are not sure if you are going to continue, you are not sure if that's going to last. It's been in karting, it's been in Manor, it's been in Racing Point, and in 2019 as well. I was not sure if I was going to come back in Formula One, but I always believed that if I was doing the right things, people would see, and it has worked because people have seen it, and I'm back in Formula One. I'm now secured for 3 more years, so 3.5 more years at least secured. So yeah, I can't be in a better place. It's just a fantastic moment.
Holding aloft the trophy as a race winner for the first time.
Here comes the weather update. The next update, so weather update delayed until 6 p.m. local time. No change in the weather. That's just in just under 4 minutes time, so no change in the weather at the moment. Next weather update to be provided at 6 p.m. local time, which is officially when this race is supposed to end, but obviously
last year should be lining up on the front row this afternoon. He's not been able to show his racing
but
skills.
at least
the great qualifying perhaps in Formula One history yesterday to put that
it's just
second on the grid.
maybe can we get that 1 hour little sprint in?
One of those fans standing in the grandstand to come here to Spa to start a week of Max Verstappen Dutch F1 celebrations.
At least
For them, they weren't able to see anything more.
it doesn't look like there's going to be any break in the weather, does it?
Suitable for racing before it was decided by race control. There was not a single chance.
Just seeing it's just lingering.
The green stuff is the land. The blue stuff is the rain. And the dark blue stuff is the heavier rain. And they're looking to see where the rain is coming in from, whether there are.
It's not going to really, is it?
Of that radar, which is the Spa-Francorchamps circuit.
It's still pretty wet
Coming our way, sadly, the track temperature
out there.
just under 60
Race delayed
degrees.
due to weather conditions.
Temperature just under 14 degrees.
I think we know that. Track temperature 16 degrees, air temperature just under 14 degrees.
The only person really doing any work whatsoever.
Only person we've seen on track all afternoon is Alan van der Berver in the medical car. I think he's done the most laps of anyone.
With the rest of the cars waiting behind him.
And the safety car sits in the pit lane with everything,
Just pounding around,
waiting behind it to see if anything can get going.
Be out there, but such is the narrow nature of this Spa pit lane. If he was to leave and go out onto the track, he wouldn't be able to get past the queue of cars behind him to get back to the head of the field.
It's still
very narrow, it's very tight.
pretty wet following the medical car. Games at Alpine then. Card games. It's a waiting game at the moment, isn't it? And we're really sorry to all of the fans that travelled to Spa this weekend and we haven't been able to provide you, well, yet we haven't been able to provide you with a race. Obviously, the rain it's out of everyone's control, the weather. Some people saying if they can't race, it's shambles, but it's driver safety first, isn't it, really? We remain under the red flag here at Spa-Francorchamps, and the next weather update will be coming in about half a minute's time. What will they say?
Just popped outside and it's still relentless in how much it's raining.
It's still
I haven't
relentless.
seen this happen. Just rain all day.
It's still
And I
treacherous.
thought, actually, used to have Fuji 2007. So it's funny you just brought that up. Which was
We haven't seen it rain like this at Spa before. We've seen it rain at Spa, but we haven't seen it
Yeah, Alonso crashed.
like properly rain at Spa like this.
You
It looks like the rain will intensify.
Around 15th, 16th on the grid, I think.
We're looking.
My heart sank as Charlie Whiting.
Race control then. Next weather update will be provided at 6:05 local time, so we wait.
And actually, the conditions had deteriorated.
We hold on. We sit tight.
I couldn't believe it. And yeah, and sure enough, you knew there were going to be incidents and accidents, and there were safety car periods, long safety car periods. But
We're going to go for a quick break, and we will see you just before the next weather update. We'll see you shortly.
all you could do to follow the tracks.
good job. I mean,
Right, everyone, we have some news. The Belgian Grand Prix will resume in 10 minutes time. We are going green in Belgium. And I've just cooked my dinner in that little ad break, so I need to try and eat it pretty quickly. So I'm going to go back on the break, but the race will restart in 10 minutes time. We see you then.
On the road.
Right, so we are ready to go for a 1 hour sprint, we think it's going to be, in Belgium. We've been waiting 3 hours and 15 minutes for this then. Let's see what is about to unfold right in front of our eyes then. Here we go. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. We won't run to a full Grand Prix distance. We will run to an hour distance if they decide it is suitable. 20 cars then. Sergio Perez will rejoin the race. And we are officially go for the Belgium Grand Prix then. And they are leaving the pit lane out onto the track on full wet tyres, all of them. And will we see them back on track? So it's a timed race then, 59 minutes, 27 seconds left on the clock. And it's still pretty treacherous out there, but if we can get any kind of race.
So the race is unquestionably underway.
Green lights and away we go. I think is how it goes. And even Max Verstappen then trying to pull out.
So Verstappen trying to get out of the spray. They're all trying to get out of the spray as Raikkonen and Perez now leave the pit lane and rejoin the race.
Conditions really don't look very good at all, but Formula One is trying to make a go of this.
They don't really look very good, the conditions at all, but we're giving it a go. And why not? Half points will be awarded if the leader has completed more than 2 laps, but less than 75% of the original race distance. We won't complete 75% of the race distance, so it will be half points awarded then.
I agree with you, Anne. There's more spray, isn't
And I think these conditions
more spray. The rain's still pretty relentless.
are worse than before.
2 hours, 52 minutes, the delay.
2 hours 52 minutes was the delay actually. As the crowd cheer as the cars come past them, then
Russell in the Williams keeping a distance.
and everyone's trying to keep a distance, aren't they? And we will await to see if the safety car will end up in this lap then.
Being overtaken by Pierre Gasly as he finds a few damp spots that just throw the car a little offline.
It's the back straight, isn't it? It's the fast straight, because as we pointed out when they were sweeping the track around here, it doesn't look too sketchy at all.
And Blanchimont, it looks all right. It's up at Eau Rouge and towards the Com.
Look, the spray coming out of the back of the safety car.
And it's a lot of spray.
Up the hill. If only it would stop raining, I think we could quite quickly prepare this racetrack and maybe get half an hour racing in.
Ooh, really unsteady for the drivers. If only this circuit, Martin, for the purposes of this afternoon, was half the length, they would, as you said, what's it like eternity ago now, they wouldn't spend so long in between covering parts of the circuit.
It's a long track, so equally it gives all of the rain, doesn't it, time to come down and bake the track that they've just dried up a bit of. And Sergio Perez is just coming through Blanchimont, taking it really slowly.
So, just to confirm, with Raikkonen and Perez, should there be a standing start? Highly unlikely. They're obliged to go in the pit lane and start from there in the back.
I mean, should there be a standing start? Probably won't happen. Sergio Perez and Kimi Raikkonen will be obliged to go in the pit lane. So the 2 laps have now officially been completed. So we officially now is classified as a Grand Prix. We get a classification. Half points will be awarded if the race was to be stopped now, which there is a good possibility.
So 2 of 39 laps then. So when we delayed the formation of start, they were counted as laps.
In terms of how many laps were left, yes, but not in terms
And
of
let's
how many
see.
laps have been completed, which I know sounds the most idiotic thing to say.
We continue to circle behind the safety car, and it's really bad at the com still.
It's interesting. I mean, Max will obviously be saying, let's get going.
Well, at the moment, Verstappen could be getting a win here. He might not want to get going again.
Possibly. And when I say that, he'll be if anybody's going to say that, he'll be the first one because it doesn't.
And the spray is pretty bad.
Yeah, Max is confirming that as well. It's worse than before. I think we
going
missed the window here, I'm afraid.
to poo on, and Verstappen saying it's worse than before.
Every time the cars go past,
but we would have had a red flag anyway. Once the rain set in, we'd have had a red flag even if we'd have got going. And that's assuming no accidents.
Max Verstappen taking a line that's not.
Have a look and see what race control decide. Again, it looks fine at the Fania and all the way down to Stavilo, but it's on that straight that is really, really bad.
Ricardo in fourth in that McLaren. We have seen cars behind the safety car spinning off, of course, in the past.
And we
saying
Perez radio.
Lewis saying he can't go full throttle on the straight. So it's Eau Rouge Ration up the Keppel Straight, isn't it? That's and
Lewis saying he can't go flat out on the straights because it's just.
And you're in a ball of spray, and there's 19 cars behind you.
If you crash at Eau Rouge and there's 19 cars behind you, that'd be a horrible impact, wouldn't it? And maybe would race control think about not letting them go? I don't know.
That's the bit where you're a passenger in the car. And
We wait and see. Are we just going to tiptoe around behind the safety car for the remaining 53 minutes of this race? It's still treacherous.
The throttle works both ways on the visibility.
Out there.
Complaining and then piling into the spray.
Just to give you an idea as to how bad the conditions are, I know we're not racing, but we're behind the safety car. The crossover onto intermediate tyres is round about 2 minutes from wet weathers to intermediate tyres. Behind the safety car, 3:18.3. And take that safety car away, I'm not sure you'd be anywhere near that crossover still.
I mean, even the spray from the safety car, you can't see anything.
Looks better, as Sergio Perez was saying, on the run to the bus stop chicane. But we have now completed 2 laps. We can't get a classification in this race.
So Mazepin's done the fastest lap. We don't know if there'll be a half a point.
So let's see then.
We won't get it if you don't insert the top 10.
What
anyway.
race control
But bimbling around
decide?
somebody is guaranteed to be, I mean, they've all done a 3:18, 3:19. Somebody, and it's Mazepin at the moment, is guaranteed to be a little bit quicker.
Yes.
On a fastest lap.
Even by thousandths of a second.
I doubt there's a regulation to work that one out.
I mean, if Max Verstappen wants to preserve that advantage right at the front, if we don't go racing properly, that would suit Max Verstappen down to the ground. He did all the hard work yesterday in qualifying.
We sit.
Position, and he'll be rewarded.
And it's a red flag.
We red flag the race with a race win if we can't get going again.
So we stop
And
the race
2 full laps completed.
again then.
Race control has now decided it is time to go back to the pit lane again because conditions.
So 2 full laps completed and race control decided
They'll be looking at the pictures themselves.
that they can't restart this Belgian Grand Prix.
Saying no, we'll red flag it once again. It's not going to get better. we can't carry on. So for a second time, we have a red flag this afternoon. And just while we're starting to get our hopes up a little bit,
we go back
to stop it. Looking out of our commentary box window, the rain is definitely falling as heavily as it has done all afternoon long.
to the waiting game.
Yeah, so I was listening to Hamilton's radio and Max as well, and they were both complaining that it was getting worse. It felt like for them that the rain was intensifying. And Bono was on the radio to Lewis saying, yeah, I know we're seeing brake temperatures getting too low, the rain is affecting the brakes. Basically, the problem is the safety car cannot go fast enough for the cars to get into their correct operating window of everything.
And we wait and see now what the decision is. The clock's still going, interestingly.
More energy through the engine to warm it up.
I'm going to pause it again.
And of course the tyres as well. So unfortunately, it pains me to say it, they've made the right decision to red flag it.
Yeah, the clock will still continue to tick down. That is a 1 hour window that the race needs.
So the clock will continue to tick down.
Officially, when did we get going again? Green light was 17 minutes past 6 local time, so they could go until 17 minutes past 7 local time.
So effectively, they can go until 18:16 UK time, 18:17, sorry, UK time, 19:17 local time. But we go back to the pit lane.
This will not be restarted, if I'm honest.
And I don't think
The conditions and
this Belgian Grand Prix
minutes remaining.
will restart now.
Let's wait and see.
But we wait.
We do know it drains well. I mean, we know from the horrendous floods they had in this part of the world as well, don't we? A month or so ago,
it does.
The ground is fundamentally wet.
It does drain well.
Over the summer, talking to people, they say
That's the only positive.
That's why car parks, became impassable. The whole place is wet.
It does drain relatively well.
Draining away. Let's see.
So the rush is on once again to bring out all the associated kit and caboodle. As Lewis Hamilton climbs out of his Mercedes, the kerfuffle that we wanted to see on the track is now taking place.
And we wait.
It's just mechanics and
And we
engineers
see
to the cars,
what is going to happen.
is kept as fresh as possible and in good working order should we need to use these cars again this weekend. Once again, it's a big as George Russell climbs out of the car. But my understanding, Martin Brundle, now we have completed enough laps for a classification. If we don't get going again, congratulations, Max Verstappen, on yet another win in Formula One, and a win that would be.
I mean, if
16th in his career.
it was abandoned now, it would be Verstappen who gets victory.
Is 173rd in Formula One, and I'll save the best till last. Congratulations, George Russell, on your first ever podium in Formula One.
And it would be George Russell's
Yes.
first ever podium in Formula One if we don't restart. And we've gone to that 4:39 now.
And we first ever race win. But people will say, why should they be rewarded with points and a podium when we've not had any racing on the Sunday? But I think you rightly said it there. He earned that with what he did on the Saturday.
We wait, don't we?
Still a super effort.
We've gone back to the time now. 45 minutes left.
The race can't be run.
Miserable day.
What will race control decide?
Oh no, I'm sorry everybody. I'm really sorry we haven't brought you a race, but what
And we're really sorry we haven't been able to bring you a race today.
It's an August day, for goodness sake.
Yeah. I'm glad you reminded me.
The rain, it's just that little bit too bad.
13 degrees out there.
We really should race at Spa at a more clement time of the year. Not quite sure when that is, to be fair.
I mean, it's absolutely lashing it down.
This miserable day.
I wish Lewis Hamilton spooking by on a little scooter falling down in Ricardo. Yeah, I mean, look, the cars are all back. The mechanics are just following their procedures. You can see here Antonio Giovinazzi walking back towards his garage.
BBC Sports said no crashes, thankfully, but it's still too wet. Say F1 back to the pits for everyone, and we've got 50 minutes. Well, less than that now left on the clock. We have to wait and see, don't we?
I have to say, Coffee, just there's a sense of inevitability about it. Just a couple of people
As to what is happening.
All sort of gave that feeling that we're expecting to be in here. Nikita Mazepin walking by at the moment as well. There's a sense that this could be it. As we've all sort of suspected, they've done the 2 laps, and this could be where they call it quits.
This very much could be it.
You would bring a ray of sunshine into our lives.
And where they called it quits and just say, we're adding off for one day.
So, one of the problems, as actually you were saying,
Yeah, it's going to...
Tyre temperatures going around lapping in 3 minutes 18 seconds is not good for a Formula 1 car. Everything gets too cold.
99 career wins for Lewis Hamilton. Looks like he's going to have to wait that little bit longer for his 100th.
I mean, I've often wondered if you need a faster safety car, a safety car that's capable of going around quicker to allow these machines to run closer to their potential. Yeah, because they're designed, bespoke machines, they're designed to run flat out, and if not flat out, close to flat out. But these kind of speeds are too far below their capabilities, and so things start to switch
drivers back in their garages then, and we just wait, and we just see once more then. We play this waiting game for round 2.
In certain situations, well, not just to get to the situations that are potentially dangerous or life-threatening for the other drivers, they need to be easily accessible to get in and out of. Don't forget, that's another purpose of those types of vehicles.
So something like to name a couple of cars off the top of my head, a Valkyrie or
it's wet to say the least. Right, we're going to go for another quick break. We might be able to bring you an update as to what is happening when we restart, but we come back under a red flag here in Belgium. Welcome back to Spa, then, where everything's been put away, even though the race hasn't officially been abandoned yet. So the radar's still showing lots of rain coming our way.
Well, there's the weather radar. I
It's
like
a
the
bit.
bit where it resets itself and the rain disappears, but sadly,
Here you have a look at my weather radar.
we can't make the rain disappear. That is, it started to look dark, gloomy, depressing.
I mean,
And I say starting to look because I get my
let me share this with you. You can just see
3.5 hours that we've been broadcasting from the commentary box, Martin, that we're actually going to get a break in the weather here. Yeah, but that doesn't look like we are, does it, at all?
so as you can see here, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but that is why the rain is coming. That's the circuit. You can see the rain isn't disappearing anytime soon, is it? That's the one I'm looking at. Liège over there. It's dry in Liège, but here it is just going to be raining quite consistently now. See, 20 kilometers away from the track, it isn't raining as much. But where the track is, it's raining quite significantly. So that is why we haven't got going as to just yet. Once again, we wait.
Races together ended in a race victory. Max Verstappen driving the Red Bull, Honda powering the Red Bull.
It could well be Max Verstappen's easiest race victory he's had. It really could be, couldn't it?
They know they've completed enough laps for a classification.
They've completed enough laps for the classification now, so expect it to not be too long now before we actually get that confirmed.
Would end up, by the way, with the first fastest lap of his career in Formula One.
And Mazepin would end up with his first fastest lap of his career in Formula One. So there's one positive from today, that Maz's spin has actually got
is that not only would Nicholas Latifi move up into 9th place, but Carlos Sainz would score half a point in this race because
Latifi would also score points, would he? So would Sainz, half a point for Sainz. Hamilton would score 7.5 points.
That's the big story.
There'd be a double point scoring finish for Williams, assuming the race doesn't restart. Most overtakes this season for the overtaking the wall. Carlos Sainz 71, Alonso 72, Vettel 77 then.
The championship lead
So
Lewis Hamilton had, that was 8 points, will become just 3 points. Max Verstappen will win the race, but half points will be awarded. First time since Jenson Button won in Malaysia.
I mean, the gap at the top of the championship would just be 3 points, even though we haven't actually completed a full green flag lap yet.
As we said, it's a bang. Verstappen then would take the victory with 12.5 points. Lewis Hamilton would score 7.5 points. And in between them, George Russell would score 9 points and get his first podium in Formula One.
George Russell would get his first podium in Formula One. All of this is saying that the race doesn't restart, but we will wait and see as to what exactly will happen and whether there's a chance we might be able to get going again. We got 37 minutes left on the clock, but as you can see down here, we are under a red flag. We've remained under a red flag for, well, other than 2 laps, we've been under a red flag for 3 hours and 40 minutes, sorry. And I think the fans have had enough. They're going home. Kimi Raikkonen's decided to take a rest. It's a Spa Sunday.
And whilst he sits by himself, not reaching for the ice creams, we know that we've still got half a chance.
It really is.
I think that's how it works in Formula One. Officially, 36
Pierre Gasly having a laugh in the
until this race can be called.
In the garage. 36.5 minutes to go until this race can be called. The checkered flag will be dropped and the race will be abandoned. With half points though, may I just say.
There's absolutely no chance of getting back out onto the track again. But the decision will be Michael Massey's the race director, and it's in his hands to see.
Michael Massey is the race director. It's his decision, isn't it? Over ultimately,
Who knows? It's going to be quite a wet motorbike ride to the Channel Tunnel, Martin Brundle, and slightly darker than you first anticipated when you told me you had the best exit
it's wet,
strategy
isn't it?
far ever, around about 5 hours ago.
I've also got some good Gore-Tex and I've got lights, so I'll be all right. I can imagine that if it's still raining like this with 20 minutes to go, they may as well admit reality, defeat, whatever you like to call it, and put us all out of our misery, frankly. But yeah, well, we've learned a lot, haven't we?
We learned a lot from today.
Well, we've learned that Anthony Davidson can adjudicate on all matters Petonka ball. We've learned that August in Spa is perhaps not the warmest month to go racing, and we've learned that actually qualifying really does count in Formula One.
If anything, we learned qualifying really does count, doesn't it? That is what we have learned. That qualifying does count, and
a lot of people thought was looking like a good prospect for a pole position at Spa.
a lot of people thought George Russell would have a good prospect for pole. A lot of people thought Lando Norris would have a good prospect for pole. He crashed at Eau Rouge heavily.
I'll still stand by what I said at the beginning of the show.
We haven't had any crashes today because we haven't had any running today, really.
The track was pretty difficult, to say the least, and he got stuck in.
And Sebastian Vettel is out of the car. So is George Russell. They're all going to take cover in the Haas garage, I think. They're going to go through the Haas garage, yeah.
And his good mate George Russell's 50th Grand Prix, his good mate got stuck in as well. Whilst Lando got stuck in and it didn't quite pay off,
we wait.
George got stuck in, and it very much did pay off. And it's more
Lando Norris, Drivers' Championship third, 113 points, 0 wins, 3 podiums, top 10's 10.
Do you know what?
This season, I think that was.
Like that time in Detroit, we'll say that George Russell got a podium. Yeah. You know, they won't take it away from him.
Yeah. This team gets thrown out of the championship, which is highly unlikely these days. But
it's
looking down the field there. So how is that?
When does Michael Massey make the call? When does he say, "Okay, enough's enough now. We've tried." At least they did try. At least they attempted it. You know. It's been a long afternoon for me as well. 4 hours have been on there now. 4 hours 10 minutes, and we just await.
Which I really should have renamed for this afternoon, but I couldn't find a better name. Or Sky trying to race but not in control. That might have been the one.
We wait the updates from Race Control, don't we?
That's a very good question.
Race will not resume. There you go. The Belgian Grand Prix has been abandoned then, and Max Verstappen has won the Belgian Grand Prix. George Russell will take second place. Lewis Hamilton will take third. Daniel Ricciardo in fourth. We called it. The race won't restart. Michael Massey's sealing off of it now. 3 points then is the gap at the top of the championship. It's not been the race we've wanted to see. It's not the way I'm sure Max Verstappen would want to win it, but it's a win. And George Russell has a podium in Formula One. That might just be one positive to take from a Spa Sunday. Or a wet Spa Sunday, should we say.
Now going to third place in the championship, and the podium award going to him.
Lewis Hamilton came home in third. Well, he finished third. The race didn't really start. Qualifying set the order for the Belgian Grand Prix, didn't it? Both Williams have scored points. I don't think Mercedes will be smiling. They didn't get a chance to get past Red Bull today.
They have. I think there's a possibility, Max's car in these conditions, I think, had the better downforce. might be damage limitation. Even if Hamilton was second, he was still to Matt. A lot of ifs in there. It would have been a 7-point deficit. So maybe in the end, it's not too bad for Mercedes-Benz. But
yeah, it's.
Your race. And thank you for your company and thank you for sticking with us.
Well, we've done some filling in our time, but I think there's more filling today than the Harley Street dentist, quite frankly, from the three of us. But I will ask you this question, and I've not looked at social media whatsoever, but I'm sure that across social media, some fans will be saying, "Why did we do 2 laps behind the safety car? Was that really fair
It was
to decide the results of a race based on 2 laps around the safety car just to get a classification?"
Look, it ticks a lot of boxes. We've had an event, and you have to look at the commerciality of that.
It's classed as a race, isn't it?
And we leave here. We're not racing tomorrow. We've had an event.
Podium ceremony? Yeah, absolutely. So after the
We'll have a podium ceremony.
all the rest of it, they'll go from there. Michael, well done for getting us all through this. Team effort. Thanks, Jonathan.
Good job there, Jonathan.
And well done to Michael Massey as well.
Today fell between regulations. And that was quite bizarre, wasn't it?
If someone would like to tell the drivers then that there is a podium celebration to go on and a podium ceremony to be had because trophies being presented.
3 hours, 45 minutes. We've waited. The Belgian Grand Prix will not restart. We will, however, still get a podium ceremony and maybe some interviews, which we will bring you. And then, yeah, it's going to be as the cars are rolled back to the garage. George Russell is on the podium.
And I say again, that stunning lap yesterday made the difference. So we can't take it away from them.
It just goes to show how important qualifying is. And never take it for granted, because if you get this situation again, you just never know, do you? So the race result then. Verstappen 1, George Russell 2nd, Lewis Hamilton 3rd. Half points awarded then. That is the classification.
George Russell takes 2nd place for Williams.
Daniel Ricciardo's in 4th, Sebastian Vettel 5th, Pierre Gasly 6th, Esteban Ocon 7th, Charles Leclerc 8th, Nicholas Latifi 9th, Carlos Sainz came home in 10th. Well, he didn't come home, but you know, he was in 10th. He qualified 10th. Fernando Alonso 11th, Valtteri Bottas 12th. He scores no points. Antonio Giovinazzi 13th, Lando Norris 14th, Yuki Tsunoda 15th, Mick Schumacher 16th, Nikita Mazepin 17th, Lance Stroll 18th, Kimi Raikkonen 19th, and Sergio Perez 20th.
It is officially the 11th race in history with no retirements. Mainly thanks to Red Bull for fixing Sergio Perez's car.
It's officially the 11th race in history and no retirements. Not that we actually got any full racing laps this afternoon in Spa as the drivers run to the podium ceremony. We are going to get one.
This particular race.
Half points awarded then. And the crowd are leaving, unsurprisingly. It's been a tough afternoon for everyone.
In the 1-2-3, but that's because we didn't get the proper racing. It's Paul di Resta with Max Verstappen.
Here's Paul di Resta with Max Verstappen.
Well, it's a race win. Not obviously the way you probably wanted to do it, but I guess absolute credit to the job you did yesterday, securing pole position and getting the job done when you had to be at the front.
Yeah, of course, now in hindsight, it was very important to get that pole position. But of course, it's a big shame to not do proper laps, but the conditions are very tricky out there. I mean, I said it at 3:30, like, let's go. I think the conditions were decent, but of course, the visibility was very low. So I think if we would have started at 3 o'clock, we had a better chance. But nevertheless, after that, it just stayed really wet and it kept raining. So, of course, it's a win, but that's not how you want to win. But I think for today, big credit goes to all the fans around the track to stay here, the whole day in the rain, in the cold, windy, conditions. So I think they are actually the bigger winners today.
And I guess you've closed the gap to Lewis. You closed the gap by half of what you would normally to have that result, and that's all points are going to make up to the end of the season.
Yeah, we have to keep on pushing, keep on trying, of course, to close it, and of course go ahead. And yeah, we have a few more races to do that, and I'm confident that we have a good car. We just need to keep on trying to get a bit more performance out of it.
You've got the big one next week. Good luck ahead of that.
Thank you.
George, it doesn't matter how you reach the podium.
It doesn't matter.
It goes down in the history books, but I guess absolutely credit to that lap yesterday. I mean, that's what secured it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't often get rewarded for great qualifying, and we absolutely did today. But first, I just want to say, so sorry to all the fans and amazing their support to stay out here throughout. We're all in the same boat, and it's a shame we couldn't get this race underway. But yeah, just from our side and the team side, it's such an amazing result.
At least it'll go down when people call you Mr. Saturday. At least it actually counted.
They actually counted. So yeah, a little celebration tonight, I'm sure. But like I say, the whole team deserved it because there's been so much hard work going into this over the last few years, and there's not really been anything to show for it or prove for it. And we absolutely nailed it yesterday, and here we are standing on the podium. So I can tell you, I didn't expect that this year, that's for sure.
I think for everything you've done in Formula 1, you deserve it. Enjoy the step up there.
Cheerful.
Lewis, it's the end of the day, I think, for everybody in Formula 1. You don't see cars racing, but I guess it's a podium for you, and the guys in the grandstands are the heroes, aren't they?
Yeah, well, firstly, I feel really sorry for the fans today. Obviously it's no one's fault, obviously, with this weather, but the fans have been incredible today just to stick with us this whole time and hold out for a potential race. They knew when they sent us out at the end there that the track wasn't any better, and they did it just so that we could start 2 laps behind the safety car, which is the minimum requirement for a race. I really hope the fans get their money back today.
How difficult were the conditions out there, Lewis? Were you able to race at any point during the 3 hours that we had?
No. It was you couldn't really see, like 5 meters in front of you, the car disappears, and so it was very difficult down the straights to even know where that flashing light was. It was you couldn't even go flat out because you didn't know what part of the track they would be on. So it's a shame because of course I wanted to race, and I think it could have been a great race if it hadn't rained so hard.
Well done. Look forward to next week.
Actually, Davidson with me in the commentary box. You can understand Lewis Hamilton's disappointment. I'm sure it's echoed by.
You can understand the disappointment by all of the drivers, can't you? Not to race, obviously Verstappen and George, I think, are pretty delighted. They've got a podium.
Before coming here this weekend, we predicted that it was going to be a little bit miserable. Not quite as miserable as it turned out to be, but.
I mean, we thought it was going to be wet, didn't we, coming into the weekend, but not as wet as we thought.
Yeah, it's always disappointing when you're a racing driver and you don't get to race. Even the winner of this Grand Prix today was disappointed he didn't get to race. But half points. It proves, like Martin said, how valuable qualifying is in Formula 1 because you never know.
We wait
and, like I say,
for the podium 7 minutes.
A bit like this today with the weather, it had every chance of this happening. So on those qualifying laps, that's why the likes of Lando Norris were pushing so hard because it counts.
And we wait and see, don't we, as to
Williams as well, who
what we get.
to celebrate here this afternoon.
Got the podium.
13th
No racing action
podium
this afternoon.
for this Williams team, and it's been a long time coming. This is their last podium,
and they're on a great run, aren't they? After the previous races,
We do apologise, we really, really do. For those of you who have been waiting the 3 hours and 45 minutes to find out that the race was abandoned, trust me, it's just as frustrating for you as it is for us as well. Obviously, we want to see racing. We don't want to see the race decided by 2 laps under a safety car, but it just was not possible today to run the race. George Russell comes onto the podium. in third place.
In terms of podiums, it is another podium for Lewis Hamilton, who I'm sure feels bad on behalf of the fans. As
George Russell.
Too, and he's there on the podium, and there is no wiping the smile off that young man's face. They could be teammates next year, sharing even.
George Russell comes onto the podium. Sorry, George Russell in second. Max Verstappen takes the Belgian Grand Prix victory though. And in his honour, we hear the Dutch and the Austrian national anthem. There you go then. The Dutch and the Austrian Grand Prix. Officially the shortest race in F1 history. Verstappen raises the winner's trophy. And
just looking at those three guys up there, it has just got a feeling of the cream always rises to the top.
And Red Bull take the constructors' trophy as well.
And it's well deserved from all of them. There it goes. Here's the trophy.
George Russell gets presented his trophy. Wait for this. The cheer from the crowd. And the Williams team below. And now it's time for the champagne. We didn't get a race today. We go again in 7 days' time in Park Zandvoort. It's been a long afternoon. Thank you for sticking with us. We see you in 7 days' time in Zandvoort when Formula One returns.